Okay, good afternoon, everyone. May I ask if I am audible now? Thank you.
Yes po, sir.
Yes, sir.
Apo, we will start now. Okay. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And on behalf of the Institute of Industry and Academic Research Incorporated, it is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this parallel session, Track 1, Education and Developmental Studies of the 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research 2026. I hope everyone has had a productive and enriching conference experience thus far. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Dr. Nestor L. Lasala Jr., Assistant Professor 2 of Sorsogon State University, and I will have the privilege to serve as your session chair and moderator for this parallel session. Before we proceed, allow me to recognize our distinguished evaluators who will be joining us in assessing the research presentation for this session. To start with, we have our first evaluator, Professor Dr. Ian Harabello from University of San Jose Recoletos. Sir, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Doc. Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Harabello. Our second evaluator is Professor Dr. Salvador Briones II from Partido State University. Sir, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Salvador Briones II from Partido State University.
Thank you, sir. Our last but not the least evaluator is Professor Dr. Sherwin Alejandro from Sultan Qaboos University. I hope I pronounced it right, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Dr. Sharon Alejandro from Sultan Qaboos University, Sultanate of Oman.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Before commencing our research presentation for this afternoon, allow me to present to you the guidelines and decorum for today's session. Permission to share. Okay, so I hope it is visible now. May I request everyone to look at your screen and read the guidelines displayed. As we proceed, um, we respectfully ask everyone to observe professional and courteous conduct throughout the session. Presenters are requested to strictly observe the allotted presentation time, which is 10 minutes, indicated in the conference program. Although we need to acknowledge that we are, I think, 30 minutes behind the original time. Participants who are not presenting are encouraged to keep their microphones muted to minimize background noise. For live presentations, presenters will share their own PowerPoint presentations. For presenters who have submitted pre-recorded presentation, the video will be played during their assigned schedule. Questions and comments may be placed in the chat box during the presentation, and if we still have ample time, perhaps we can proceed to the open forum after the last presentation. May we also remind everyone to maintain professional and respectful academic discourse throughout the session. At this point, we shall now proceed to the main part of our session, the presentation of the research papers. For our first presentation, we have Miss Angela Gwinnett D. Dewan and Miss Charlotte Ann S. Martisano for the research titled Filipino Gen Z Slang Usage and Social Belonging Among Senior High School Students, a Descriptive Correlational Studies. Allow me to present their video presentation.
the esteemed panel of judges, distinguished researchers, and fellow participants from around the world. We are Angela Guneth D. De Juan and Charlotte Ann S. Marquesano, a senior high school student researcher from Aklan Catholic College, Philippines. On behalf of my co-authors, it is both our privilege to present our study entitled Filipino Gen Z Slang Usage and Social Belonging Among Senior High School Students, a descriptive correlational study. Imagine walking into a classroom where you understand every lesson, but not every conversation. A single unfamiliar word, a trending expression, or a viral phrase can instantly make someone feel included or left out. Now let me ask you, how many of you have heard words like naol, charot, sim, or keri? These expressions may sound playful, but they represent something much deeper than internet trends. They are part of the evolving language of Filipino Generation Z, a language that reflects identity, friendship, and belonging. Language has always been more than a tool for communication. It is a powerful marker of who we are and where we belong. Across cultures, young people create unique ways of speaking that strengthen group identity. Yet, despite the growing popularity of Filipino Gen Z slang, very little research has examined how this everyday language influences students' sense of belonging within the school environment. Recognizing this gap, our study sought to answer one important question. Does the use of Filipino Gen Z slang contribute to the student's sense of social belonging? Specifically, we aim to describe the demographic profile of senior high school students, determine their level of Filipino Gen Z slang usage, assess their level of social belonging, and examine whether a significant relationship exists between these two variables. To address these objectives, we employed a quantitative descriptive relational research design. The descriptive component examines students' demographic characteristics, level of language, and social belonging. While the relational component enabled us to determine whether these variables were statistically related. The study involved 100 grade 11 and grade 12 students from the Aklan Catholic College during the academic year 2025-2026. Participants were selected through cluster sampling across 5 academic strands: STEM, EDM, UMS, ICT, and TVL, ensuring broad student representation. Data were collected using a research-developed tester composed of 245 Likert scales. One measuring the frequency of Filipino census usage, the other a classic student sense of social belonging. Prior to data collection, the instrument underwent abstract validation by our research advisor in the East Business Station. Approval was secured from the Principal's Office and all procedures complied with the Data Privacy Act of 2012. For data analysis, descriptive statistics summarize participants' characteristics and response level. Fairness from order relation was employed to determine the relationship between Filipino Gen Z slang usage and social belonging. So, what did the evidence reveal? Our respondents were predominantly grade 11 students, mostly between 15 and 18 years old, with females comprising the majority of the sample. When asked where they commonly encountered Filipino Gen Z slang, social media emerged as the leading source, closely followed by interaction statements. These findings highlight the powerful influence of digital platforms, peer networks, in shaping contemporary youth language. Regarding slang usage, students obtained an overall mean of 3.01 interpreted as often. The most frequently observed behavior was encountering slang in online posts and group chats, where the less frequent was creating new songs expressions. This suggests that today's students primarily adopt and circulating emerging language trends rather than inventing them. In terms of social belonging, Participants achieved an overall mean of 2.90 interpreted as agreed. Students particularly agreed that using shared slang made classroom interactions more enjoyable and helped them feel more connected with their peers. Interestingly, they did not strongly agree that failing to understand slang automatically led to inconclusions. This suggests that slang strengthens social connections without necessarily creating social barriers. The most significant finding of our study came from the correlation analysis. Using fairness rank order correlation, we found statistically significant, moderate positive relationship between Filipino Gen Z slang usage and social belonging, with RS equals 0.464 and P less than 0.001. Consequently, the null hypothesis was rejected. Simply put, the more frequently students use Filipino Gen Z slang, the stronger their reported sense of belonging within their school community. This finding supports the idea that shared language is not merely casual conversation. It serves as a social bridge that fosters connections, acceptance, and group identity. Our findings suggest that Filipino Gen Z slang is far more than a collection of trendy expressions. It functions as a meaningful social resource that strengthens peer relationships and enhances students' sense of belonging within the school community. Of course, our study has limitations. The research was conducted within a single institution and involved only 100 respondents. Additionally, because the data relied on self-reported responses, some degree of response bias may exist. Nevertheless, the implications are significant. For educators, recognizing students' evolving language can help create more inclusive and supportive learning environments. For school counselors, understanding contemporary youth communication may strengthen student engagement in peer support initiatives. For future researchers, expanding the study across different schools, regions, and cultural settings may provide deeper insight into how youth language reshapes identity and social connection. Allow me to conclude with this thought. Every generation creates its own language, but what truly matters is not the words themselves. It is the relationship those words build. Sometimes a single expression, naal, charot, or amsim, does far more than make someone laugh. It quietly says, you belong. Thank you so much and magandang araw.
That ends the first presentations on this session. Thank you very much, Ma'am Dewan and Ma'am Martisano, and congratulations for completing this study and for sharing your work with the international research community. Again, may I remind everyone to please reserve your questions for the open forum after completing all the presentation. At this point, we shall now proceed to our next research presentation, which is also through video recorded presentation. Our next presenter is Ma'am Milka Shem B. Magsino, who will be presenting the study entitled Proposed Gender Pair Language Capacity Building Program in Teaching Contemporary, Popular, and Emergent Literature. Ma'am Martisano, allow me to share your presentation.
Good day, everyone. I am Natasha V. Magsino, the Research Ethics Board Chair of CSTC College of Sciences, Technology, and Communication Incorporated. Now I'm going to present my research entitled proposed gender fair language capacity building program and teaching contemporary popular and emergent literature. Nowadays, the promotion of gender equality has been institutionalized through international frameworks and commitments. The United Nations, through its Sustainable Development Goals, particularly the SDG 5 on gender equality, emphasizes the elimination of discrimination and empowerment of all genders. The framework encourages governments, educational institutions, and organizations worldwide to promote equitable access to education, inclusive participation, and gender sensitive policies and practices. With that, I have decided to conduct this study that aimed to propose gender fair language capacity building program and teaching contemporary popular and emergent literature. Here are the research objectives. The first one, as assessed by literature teachers and students, to what extent are the following strategies utilized in teaching contemporary, popular, and emergent literature in terms of contextual analysis, interactive reading strategies, comparative literature analysis, and incorporating media? The second one, to what extent are the following dimensions of the gender fair language manifested in teaching contemporary, popular, and emergent literature? In terms of linguistic accuracy and inclusivity, curriculum and content representation, and grammar and syntax choices, and cultural and societal sensitivity. The third one is how did assessment by the two groups compare? Are there significant differences? The fourth one, how do this assessment on the extent of teaching strategies relate to the dimension of gender fair language? Are there significant relationships? The fifth one, what are the issues and challenges in teaching contemporary, popular, and emergent literature using gender fair language? And lastly, based on the analysis, what capacity building program may be proposed? For the research methodology, this study employed a descriptive research design. The subject of the studies were the teachers who are currently teaching the course Contemporary, Popular, and Emergent Literature, and the students who have taken the said course. There are 19 state universities and colleges accredited by the Commission of Higher Education offering Bachelor of Secondary Education major in English in Quezon Province. The total population was used to select the subject of the study. There are a total of 36 teachers and 227 students who have participated in the study. This study employed questionnaires and interviews as data gathering tool to answer the problem statements. The reliability analysis of the survey checklist questionnaire was done on teaching strategies utilized in contemporary, popular, and emergent literature, showed that the instrument could capture consistent responses across its different components. Since the data gathered was not normally distributed, Mind Whitney, a non-formative test of differences, was used to know the significant differences between the extent of teaching strategies utilized in teaching contemporary, popular, and emergent literature. Also, Spearman Rho with 0.01 alpha level was utilized to know if there is a significant relationship on the utilization of teaching strategies and the manifestation of dimension of gender fair language. Thematic analysis of coded responses and themes were used to analyze the data. The thematic analysis was presented and analyzed to come up with the significant conclusions and recommendations. Now let me present the result of this study. The first one in the problem statement in terms of the extent of teaching strategies utilized in teaching contemporary literature. The findings indicate that the strategies used in teaching contemporary literature are all implemented to a great extent. In terms of contextual analysis, the results suggest that the contextual analysis, such as integrating historical, cultural, and dimensions, are firmly embedded in instructional practices. In terms of interactive reading strategies and literature instruction, the results suggest that teachers are generally effective employing active and student-centered approaches to support the literary comprehension. In terms of comparative literature analysis, the results suggest that comparative approaches are consistently integrated into literature instructions, allowing students to analyze literary texts across authors, cultures, genres, and historical theories. Lastly, the findings indicate that incorporating media and literature instruction suggests that media integration is widely utilized to support literary learning, improve engagement, and enhance students' understanding of the literary text. For the second problem statement, the findings indicate the extent of the dimension of gender-fair language manifested in teaching contemporary literature are all implemented to a great extent. In terms of linguistic accuracy and inclusivity, the results suggest that the teachers are generally aware of and actively apply inclusive language practices in classroom discourse, literary analysis, and instructional materials. In terms of curriculum and content representation, the results suggest that the teachers generally incorporate gender-sensitive principles into curriculum content. The literary text selection, then classroom discussion. In terms of grammar and syntax choices, the results suggest that the teachers are generally aware of how language structure, particularly grammar, syntax, and pronoun use, could influence gender representation in literary interpretation. Lastly, in terms of cultural and societal sensitivity, the results suggest that the teachers generally integrate cultural awareness when applying gender-fair language and literature teaching. For the third problem statement, the test of differences in the assessment of teachers and students in the extent of the teaching strategies utilized in teaching literature indicate that there are significant differences between teachers and students' perception in most instructional strategies, particularly in contextual analysis, interactive reading strategies, and incorporating media. This finding suggests that teachers consistently rate the implementation of these strategies higher than students, indicating a perpetual gap in how frequently or effectively these strategies are experienced in the classroom. For the fourth problem statement, the result of the correlation analysis indicate a consistent and statistically significant relationship between instructional strategies and the dimension of gender-fair language across all variables. This suggests that contextual analysis, interactive reading strategies, comparative literature analysis, and incorporating media are meaningfully associated with how gender-fair language is applied and experienced in literature instruction. For the fifth problem statement, based on the interview from the teachers and students, there are 11 major themes identified as the issues and challenges in teaching contemporary literature. This includes the issues and challenges in persistent and linguistic cultural barriers, resistance and confusion in the use of gender-fair language, diverse student responses and critical reflection on gender identity, active engagement and balanced thinking through gender-fair literature, promoting respect for equitable language and contextualization, and enhance critical engagement of gender-fair language, inclusive understanding and critical reflection, institutional support for gender-fair language, challenges in implementing gender-sensitive practices, systemic constraint, and capacity building through trainings and workshops. For the sixth problem statement, it is a proposal of a capacity building program for gender fair language and contemporary literature. It has three phases. The first phase is the pre-implementation, which consists of the preparation of the capacity building program and the creation of the module for contemporary popular and emergent literature, entitled Inclusive Voices, Gender Fair Language and Literature, and Classroom Discourse. The content of the module is about the foundation of gender-fair language, inclusive pedagogy in literature classes, applying gender-fair language in literature, critical reflection and analysis and resources, collaboration, and sustainability. The second phase is the series of training and workshop entitled Inclusive Narratives, Inclusive Classroom, the Capacity Building for Gender Fair Language and Contemporary Popular Emergent Literature Teaching. The developed module in the pre-implementation phase would be used as a supplementary materials in the training and workshop. It was facilitated by the expert in literature, gender studies, linguistic and inclusive pedagogy that will be participated by the literature teachers, curriculum coordinators, and educational leaders. The third and the last phase is the post-implementation, which is consists of institutional sustainability.
Ma'am Magsino, I would like to apologize if I have to cut your presentation because it's exceeded to 10 minutes allotted time for each presenter.
No worries po. Thank you po.
Thank you, Ma'am Magsino. Okay. Thank you very much once again, Ma'am Magsino, for that meaningful presentation. Your study emphasized the importance of gender-fair and inclusive language in teaching contemporary literature. At this point, we're going to move on to our third presenters. I believe Sir Mark will present live, okay? Our third presenter, the research titled for our third presenter is Contact Cheating Diploma Mills. Contract cheating diploma mills and the policy crisis in the Philippine higher education. Researcher, Mr. Fall Mark O. Altarejos. Sir, you may now begin.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
But can you see my presentation, sir? I apologize.
It's okay. It's a little bit blurred on our end.
How about?
Yeah, it's clear now, Sir Altarejos.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so good day, esteemed colleagues and fellow researchers. On behalf of Dr. Kari Justin Estrellado, I present our empirical study entitled Contract Cheating, Diploma Mills, and Policy Crisis in the Philippine Higher Education by examining how systematic public policy bottlenecks a fuel thriving shadow market for contract cheating. So to understand the current challenges, we must examine how academic misbehavior has transformed over time. Academic ghostwriting in the Philippines has once restricted to physical street stalls like those along Recto Avenue, but it has now migrated into an organized online industry operating across platforms like Facebook, TikTok, and Telegram. This shift makes an academic fraud a serious international threat to credential credibility and public safety rather than an isolated student delinquency. Within this shadow industry, intellectual labor is systematically unbundled into standardized paper section deliverables ranging from initial thesis chapters to a complete doctoral dissertation. The rise of this shadow market stems directly from structural systemic pressures. According to EDCOM2 data from the year 2025, the Philippines suffers from an 80% graduate non-completion rate. Furthermore, over half of national graduate school enrollment is concentrated in education fields due to mandatory promotion points mandated by the Department of Education. Working educators face severe time constraints and limited time preparation, yet experience intense pressure to earn, graduate, and complete their career advancement. But with 8 out of 10 students that cannot complete their degrees legitimately, an artificial demand is created that fuels a contract cheating and unauthorized diploma mills. Our study explores two core dimensions of this crisis. First, we examine the market mechanics and analyzing the economic scale, pricing structures, and digital operating tactics of the Philippine contract cheating industry. Second, We investigate the moral economy surrounding this shadow ecosystem by examining the socio-economic drivers and rationalization narratives used by the ghostwriters. Academic ghostwriting in the Philippines, often referred to as academic commissioning or academic outsourcing, has matured into a significant, practically unregulated industry. That's according to philstar.com 2025. Data compiled from investigative reports show a clear, stratified pricing scheme for academic deliverables in the country. And as you can see on the table, we can observe an incremental commercialization. And segmenting these sections reduces the financial burden for challenged scholars, while creating a consistent earning for independent providers. Contract cheating operations actively integrate technology to bypass institutional oversight. Ghostwriters use generative AI tools to accelerate content generation, evolving from manual content creators into expert prompt engineers. To eliminate detection risk, some clients, service providers, bundle Turnitin clearance and AI detector reports directly into standard packages, and some providers even conduct mock oral defenses to train clients who did not write the work so they can navigate university panel evaluations successfully. An analysis of ghostwriters' justifications reveals a complex and moral framework. Instead of viewing their work as academic corruption, these so-called research mercenaries frame their services as act of mercy and compassion for overworked educators trapped by rigid promotion deadlines. They view themselves as systemic fixers who help educators bypass unrealistic administrative bottlenecks. A comparative review of the current legal and regulatory framework reveals a significant enforcement gaps. While CHED Commission and Bank Memorandum Order 46 and 9 mandate an academic integrity standards, implementation across institutions remains inconsistent and overly focused on internal misconduct rather than commercial shadow markets. CHED publicly warns declaring ghostwriting illicit, and it remains an advisory and lacks statutory authority that needed to prosecute commercial enterprises. Furthermore, the Intellectual Property Code contains a legal loophole as ghostwriting contracts voluntarily waive attribution rights in exchange for payment. Finally, while the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 offers a basis for tracking online fraud, digital forensic resources are rarely allocated to investigate academic cheating, allowing operators to work with effective impunity. Addressing the triple threat of diploma mill, contract cheating, and AI-enabled fraud requires intervention at the systemic, institutional, and regulatory level. As suggested by ORB 2024, institutions must move beyond simple integrity pledges and fully implement comprehensive, resource-backed policies based on international best practices. To solve contract cheating, it is important to dismantle the artificial demand created by the promotion policies. When these are no longer required for salary steps, the market collapses. Accordingly, preserving academic integrity requires reforming the systemic policies that generate demand for fraud, bridging research, technological adaptation, and public sector governance. So these are the resources, public advisories, and public documents that form part of our analytical framework for our research paper. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time and attention.
Okay, thank you so much, Sir Altarejos and your co-researcher for the thought-provoking presentation. I believe the study draws attention to serious concern involving academic integrity, policy gaps, and the credibility of Philippine higher education. Again, congratulations, researchers. For our fourth presenter, the research is entitled Motivation and Attitude Toward Research Among Teachers in Higher Education Institutions, Predictors of the Research Writing Capabilities. Author, we have Miss Wichel C. Lumen, I hope I pronounce it right, ma'am, and Mr. Aldwin Lumen. The floor is yours, ma'am and sir.
Okay, before we start with this presentation, may I know if my audio is clear?
Yes, madam, loud and
What
clear.
about our,
The
can you see
presentation as
my
well.
presentation? Okay,
Yes,
thank you
madam.
so much.
Okay po. You're
Good
welcome.
day, everyone. I'm Mrs. Washel C. Illumin, and I'm honored to present our research entitled Motivation and Attitude of Teaching and Non-Teaching Employees as Predictors of Their Research Capabilities, a basis for the I Create Research Capability Program. This study is grounded on the belief that every educator and employee has the potential to conduct impactful research if only they are motivated, guided, and supported properly. Okay, let me start with the bold truth. The lack of research capabilities among teachers is a silent crisis weakening the foundation of quality education. Despite the pivotal role of educators in knowledge creation, very few engage in research. According to DAP-Ed and OECD data, the participation rate in research is critically low. The result, missed innovation, outdated practices, and a gap in inquiry-based learning for students. While several studies examine attitudes and barriers to research, very few holistically assesses actual research competencies, especially within the Philippine context. Our study fills that gap. We explored not just perceptions, but also the real limitations, personal and institutional, that prevent teachers and staff from writing research. As for our method, for our purpose, okay, our study asks, can motivation and attitude truly predict research capabilities? So this study aims to determine the extent to which motivation and attitude can predict and the research capabilities of teachers, particularly in writing and conducting academic research. The study also seeks to understand the profile of teachers and how various demographic factors may relate to their research engagement. So we sought to determine this among teaching and non-teaching employees by measuring their profile, motivation, attitude, and capabilities. Ultimately, we aim to build a foundation for a capacity building program that's grounded in real data. Okay, for our methodology, we use the quantitative, descriptive, correlational design. Our respondents were 23 teaching and non-teaching employees of higher education institutions. Data analysis included descriptive statistics, Pearson R, and linear regression to determine the strength and nature of relationships among the variables. For our findings when it comes to the demographic profile, our respondents were mostly mid-career professionals from administrative departments holding the bachelor's or master's degrees. However, their published research output was nearly zero, and exposure to national level training was minimal. This indicates a capability gap that urgently needs attention. And for our motivation to write, respondents reported moderate motivation overall. Respondents, they were highly motivated by personal growth and career advancement, but less motivated by institutional expectations or financial incentives. Well, in attitude towards research, the results were here are really inspiring. Employees strongly agree that research enhances professional growth, expands knowledge, and contributes to community development. This means they don't see research as a burden, but as a meaningful pursuit. For research capabilities, despite positive attitudes and decent motivation, actual capabilities remained moderate. Respondents were most confident in basic areas like identifying research, significance, or determining locale. They struggled with selecting theoretical frameworks and using statistical tools and software. Well, with relationship and predictability, here's the key finding. Only motivation was a significant predictor of research capabilities. Neither age, seminars, publications, nor even attitude showed a significant relationship. So this means if we want to improve capability, we must first build motivation. Well, for our conclusion, so recommending this for our deans and department heads to develop research initiatives tailored to employees' needs, backgrounds. And then for teachers and employees, try to seek collaboration, mentorship, and research programs that align with the interest to build confidence. And then for the administration and the research director, so strengthen policies that reward research and provide protected time and incentives. Offer workshops focused on technical skills from data analysis to publication, and then build a support system that lasts. That's for the research director. Well, as our major and final output, so this leads us to Project iCreate. So iCreate stands for Innovative Course for Research Excellence, Achievement, and Training in Education. So this is a capability building program designed to inspire, train, and guide our educators and employees in writing and conducting research confidently. With that, we have only one thing to prove, that motivation is the engine that drives capability. With the right tools, mindset, and support, our employees can do more than fulfill research requirements. They can contribute meaningfully to our academic and institutional growth. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lumen and Mr. Lumen, for that very informative presentation. The study, I believe, shows the importance of motivation and attitude in strengthening teachers' research, writing capabilities, and institutional research culture. Again, congratulations to the researchers. Finally, we are down to our last but not the least research titled Managing the Contradiction, the oral program as an apparatus of dialectical imagery. Researcher, once again, Mr. Paul O. Altarejas. Sir, you may now begin.
Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me start my presentation again by, of course, with these greetings. And once again, uh, distinguished colleagues and fellow academic researchers. So again, on behalf of my co-author, Dr. Cari Justin Estrellado, I welcome you to another thought-provoking presentation or a title entitled Managing the Contradiction, the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Program as an Apparatus of a Dialectical Hegemony. So our investigation critically deconstructs the Republic Act number 12028, examining how the Philippine state discursively frames academic remediation to secure public consent while simultaneously aligning the educational outputs with the structural demands of neoliberal performativity and global human capital requirements. Okay, so to rigorously analyze the Academic Recovery and Accessible Learning Act, we ground our inquiry in the Antonio Gramsci's theory of cultural hegemony alongside the philosophical principles of dialectical analysis. Rather than viewing policy as a static administrative text, we position education as a primary site of ideological transmission and social reproduction. Our theoretical framework posits that the state maintains dominance not merely through legislative mandates, but by actively constructing legitimizing narratives that present political and economic necessities as universal social goods. The Republic Act number 12028 establishes a profound dual mandate that lies at the center of our investigation. Legislatively, it is framed as an urgent intervention for post-pandemic learning loss across public basic education, and the law is discursively bound to the state's economic development mantra. Operationally, the program mandates intensive remediation in essential learning competencies, prioritizing foundational reading, mathematics, and science. However, this concrete operational focus exists alongside an ambitious aspirational claim to cultivate high-level 21st century critical and analytical thinking skills. This structural juxtaposition between highly standardized competency drills and expansive intellectual inquiry establishes the fundamental contradiction that our research deconstructs. Understanding the operation of the ARAL program requires examining Gramsci's foundational concept of manufactured consent. In basic education, schools function as essential institutional apparatus that discipline young minds to align with rationalities of global capitalism. By framing academic recovery as a benevolent, moral necessity to ensure that no student is left behind, the state obscures how the educational structures perpetually reproduce existing class divisions and preserve a macrostructural economic arrangement. Our paper extends classical Gramscian analysis by focusing on an active mechanism of dialectical hegemony within policy execution. Dialectical hegemony acknowledges that dominance is dynamic, ongoing process of managing oppositional policy goals rather than maintaining unbroken control. The state executes this management through two key strategies: manage uncertainty and discursive division. By deferring transformative pedagogical guidelines while immediately enforcing quantifiable remedial benchmarks, the bureaucratic apparatus institutionalizes ambiguity around critical thinking. Simultaneously, this discursive framing of student deficits and pandemic disruptions shift attention from a chronic structural defunding or underdefunding, thereby protecting a systemic stability. From political economic perspective, the ARAL program operates as a human capital recalibration policy designed to service global market imperatives. Under neoliberal educational restructuring, public instruction is increasingly subordinated to economic performativity and national competitiveness. By prioritizing standardized mastery of essential learning competencies, the state rapidly restores minimum functional literacy and numeracy required for a low-cost labor market. To clearly illustrate these systemic dynamics, the present enacted policy dialectic matrix, which contrasts the instrumental thesis of control against the aspirational antithesis of critique, where thesis prioritizes testable competency mastery through standardized tutorial drills to supply functional global labor, and the antithesis calls for transformative inquiry to cultivate agentic citizens. This structural tension reveals that the state does not resolve the contradiction. Rather, it strategically contains the liberating potential of critical pedagogy within the rigid administrative boundaries, ensuring that educational interventions remain firmly anchored to systemic security. The concrete operational reality of the program reflects a significant structural imbalance. As illustrated by our operational focus analysis, administrative resources, assessment schemes, and teacher workloads are underwhelmingly allocated towards remedial ELC mastery, standardized testing, and bureaucratic oversight. Conversely, critical pedagogy remains minimal structural support. In an educational environment characterized by severe resource constraints and intense administrative mandates, teachers are forced to prioritize quantifiable output metrics over deep intellectual engagement. This institutional pressure effectively guarantees the subordination of authentic critical inquiry in daily classroom interpretation or implementation. So tracing the dialectical policy trajectory, this illustrates how systemic crises are converted into mechanism of state stabilization. Ultimately, this cycle achieves hegemonic stability by reproducing the minimum required labor power while neutralizing potential resistance, demonstrating that the Arrow program functions as a not as a structural revolution, but rather a managed retreat. So in conclusion, the academic recovery and accessible learning program successfully operates an apparatus of dialectical hegemony by managing international or internal educational contradictions to preserve political and economic stability. While the policy is noble in its immediate remedial intent, it addresses symptoms rather than challenging the systematic inequalities and inequities that produce the learning deficit. To move forward, a genuine emancipatory praxis, educators must consciously reclaim critical pedagogy within the learning sessions, utilize foundational literacy and numeracy to analyze structural inequalities. Furthermore, researchers and academic communities must look beyond performative test metrics, fostering collective democratic participation to construct a truly transformative educational paradigm. Once again, thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Altarejos, and your co-author. Presenting two papers at once is not easy, but you were able to pull it up, sir. Congratulations. This time, your study offers a critical perspective on the oral program, particularly its underlying contradictions, power relations, and implication for educational policy. Again, congratulations, Sir Altarejos, and your co-researcher. Thank you very much to all our presenters in this cluster. I believe everyone deserves a virtual round of applause. Ayan. At this point, we shall now proceed to our open forum. But just like what I said earlier po in the chat box, we are only limited. We have limited time, so perhaps we can limit the questions to be given to our presenters. At this juncture, may I invite our evaluators and participants to raise questions, comments, suggestions, or point for clarification regarding any of the studies presented in this cluster. Dear evaluators, the virtual floor is yours.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, Doc Briones, you may now ask questions.
Yes, sir. Actually, I don't have any questions to the presenters. I just would like to say congratulations, and particularly to the study of Dr. Altarejos. the two study. They are really mind provoking. So again, congratulations to all the presenters who bravely presents their research output this afternoon. Congratulations.
Thank you, Doc Briones. May I invite the other evaluators? Perhaps you have questions or clarificatory comments or suggestions to our presenters. Yes, Doc Sherwin.
Sorry. Good afternoon to everyone. Actually, I don't have also any questions and clarifications, and I just want to congratulate all the presenters. I hope that there are some questions coming from the participants for us to complete the evaluation, if there are some. Thank you so much. God bless.
Thank you, Doc Sherwin. Doc Alejandro, perhaps? Sorry, Doc Harabello. Apologies.
Hi, yeah. Can you hear me po? Doc Lasala.
Yes, Doc, loud and clear.
All right. Anyway, on my end, I don't have questions, but I am actually learning from the findings of all of our presenters this afternoon, and I'm really glad to hear out those kind of findings because I believe all of those findings are entirely very important. We could entirely give impact to our educational system, and at the same time, our perspective towards understanding a lot of things that surround us, especially for the problems in the educational system. But anyway, all those would love to hear out questions from our participants to complete our evaluation. Anyway, congratulations to all of our presenters.
Thank you, Doc Ian. Again, thank you so much to our evaluators, Doc Briones, Doc Alejandro, and Doc Harabello for staying with us. I believe this concludes our parallel session track 1 for the 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research. It has been my privilege po and pleasure to serve as your session chair and moderator. Once again, I am Dr. Lasala from Sorsogon State University, and congratulations to our researchers and presenters. Before we end this session, perhaps we can have a photo op. May I request everyone to please open your camera? We have two panels here. Okay, okay pa. I'm now going to start capturing po first panel. Second panel. All right. Again, congratulations everyone. Mabuhay and congratulations. Goodbye everyone.
Uh, all right.
There
Thank
you go. We
you.
can start. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So you will start with the first presenter. First presenter is Antoinette G. Balago and Ellen Calderon, right? And the paper is titled as The Impact of Perceived Work Culture on BPO Employee Performance in the City of Manila. And they have a video, and I will, with your permission, I'll play the video now. Right, just give me one moment. One moment, please. Okay, one moment, please. There's a technical error. Is it audible? Can you all hear?
Hello, Sujata. I think there's no audio on my end.
No audio.
Hello, Sujata. Are you playing the recorded video already? There's no audio on my end.
Yeah, I am playing. It's not audible, is it?
Yes.
You could not see the screen?
We can see the screen, but there's no audio.
Okay, one moment, please. Is it audible now?
No audio. I think you need to take something before you share so you can share the audio.
You still could not see? the shared screen?
We can see the screen, but there's no
Mm.
audio on us.
Can you hear now?
Not
No
yet po,
sound,
Doc.
Sujata.
Can you stop share first, then share the screen again? Click on the right side. There's a thing you need to click to share the audio po before sharing the full screen.
Mm-hmm.
There's a box that you need to tick to share the audio.
Um,
Below the share option side.
well-being, and organizational
It's
performance.
okay now.
There are
Thank you
many
po.
incidents remain unreported.
You're muted po, Doc Sujata.
Good day, everyone. I'm Dr. Alan A. Calderon from Polytechnic University of the Philippines, together with my co-author, Dr. Antoinette G. Belago. We are presenting our research paper entitled The Impact of Perceived Work Culture on BPO Employee Performance in the City of Manila. We all know that BPO industry plays a big part in work opportunities here in our country. That's why we concentrated and conducted study related to it. As a background, the Philippine BPO industry depends on employee productivity and teamwork. Workplace toxicity also negatively affects employees' well-being and organizational performance. There are many incidents remain unreported due to hiya, pakikisama, and fear of retaliation. There is also a limited Philippine-based evidence examines how perceived workplace culture influences employee performance. That's why, specifically within the BPO industry, we have conducted this study. Here are the objectives of our research. First objective is to assess employees' perception of workplace culture. Second objective is to measure the employee's performance. And the third objective is to determine whether work culture significantly influences employees' performance. As for our methodology, we have descriptive correlational research as our research design. The descriptive component examined employees' perception of workplace culture that includes bullying, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership. The correlational component determined the relationship between perceived workplace culture and the employee performance. As for the sample, we have a total population of 4,359 employees from leading BPO company in Manila, Philippines. Out of this total population, we have a sample of 353 respondents using Cochrane's formula with finite population correction. The sampling technique conducted in the study is a simple random sampling. In terms of research instruments, we have used structured survey questionnaires with two sections. The first section would be perceived work culture, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership, while the second section would be the employee performance. All items were measured using a 4-point Likert scale with no neutral answer. Pilot testing was conducted on this study and provides the result of an acceptable reliability result using Cronbach alpha testing. As for data gathering process, we ensured that ethical considerations are considered in gathering the data. The questionnaires was reviewed by our research peers and field experts before administering them to our respondents. Responses were collected through digital platforms over a 15-day period starting from May 24, 2025 until June 7, 2025. Participation was voluntary with informed consent, anonymity, confidentiality, and secure data handling observed throughout the study. We ensure the confidentiality all throughout the data gathering process. Now, for the results. Result number one, perceived work culture. Employees reported low levels of perceived workplace toxicity. So with the given dimensions on bullying, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership, with bullying resulted with a mean of 1.96 interpreted as disagree or low. Harassment at 1.95 with the interpretation with disagree or low. Discrimination with the mean of 2.01, disagree or low. And negative leadership 1.96 mean with interpreted disagree and low. Key findings on these results are the following. Employees generally disagreed that bullying, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership were common work experiences based on the results. Respondents agreed that the organization has a clear anti-bullying policies, giving that the mean is 2.99. As for the result number two, on employee performance, employees reported very high workplace performance, given it is a BPO industry. The performance indicator used in the study are task efficiency, recognition, meeting performance expectation, team collaboration, and professional growth. Task efficiency has a mean of 3.44, recognition at 3.25 mean, meeting performance expectation at 3.35, team collaboration with a mean of 3.29, professional growth with a mean of 3.28. The overall mean is 3.32 with an interpretation of strongly agree or very high. Key findings on this result, respondents perceive themselves as productive and efficient. Employees reported strong collaboration, recognition, and professional growth opportunities within the PPO industry. Result number three, the relationship between work culture and employee performance. Only bullying significantly influences each performance based on the result. The work culture factors included are bullying, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership. Bullying has a p-value of 0.001, which resulted to significant, while harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership has p-value of 0.492, 0.928, and 0.122, respectively, all with the results of not significant. Key findings on these results include bullying demonstrated a significant negative influence on employee performance, since it's highlighted to be a significant result. Harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership did not show significant relationship with employee performance. Now, with our conclusions. As a summary, respondents generally did not perceive bullying, harassment, discrimination, and negative leadership as common workplace issues. Employee performance was rated very high for the BPO industry. Bullying was the only work culture factor that significantly affected employee performance because it is pretty much evident in the result that it is significant. Implications: strengthen anti-bullying policies, confidential working reporting systems, included leadership and HR practices to sustain a healthy workplace culture. So we have to enhance or recommend to enhance the anti-bullying policies. So, for example, the inclusion of no retaliation policy when bullying is being reported so that the reporting system would be more efficient. Limitations on these conclusions and recommendations. Findings were based on self-reported response from selected BPO employees, which may limit generalizability. So we intend in the future study to include or to, let's say, expand the respondents to have at least higher credibility when it comes to responses. But as for our research, bullying is pretty much evident to be significant in the workplace performance of BPO employees. And that would be all. Thank you very much. Again, on behalf of my partner and co-researcher, Dr. Antoinette G. Belago, I'm Dr. Alan Calderon, reporting our research paper. Thank you so much for this opportunity and have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alan, Calderon, and Antoinette. Uh, that is a very insightful presentation. I'm sure your study will definitely provide valuable insights that can actually help organizations to create a more positive and productive workplace. We hope together we can actually curb bullying at the workplace. Thank you once again for sharing. We will move on to the second presenter, which will be Hiranya Disanayake. The title of the presentation will be Corporate Spirituality as a Driver of Corporate Sustainability, Insights from a Developing Economy. Okay, this is also going to be a video presentation, so I'll definitely share. Just give me a moment.
From Sri Lanka. I am Hiranya Disanayake, Senior Lecturer, Department of Accountancy, Vaibhav University of Sri Lanka. Today, I am presenting at Prestige Conference ICMIAR 2026 on the topic of corporate spirituality as a driver of corporate sustainability, insights from a developing economy. My co-authors are Senior Professor Harendra Disabandara, Professor Vasant Pereira, Professor. Initially, I explained the background of study briefly. Today, the corporate spirituality is really important due to the increase in the stress levels and psychological problems. Increase in suicide rate in the today's world due to the organizational researchers and the World Organization as very important issues. When come to the issues, the environmental issues, global warming, food waste, biodiversity loss, plastics pollution, deforestation, poverty increase, gender equality, all are increased. Economic concern, growth, inflation, business failure rates are increasing. Consider about the psychological issues, sadness, worries, suicides. So many problems are issues in throughout the world. In Sri Lanka also, same as that. I consider the three research gaps in my study. When come to the theoretical gap, according to researchers' knowledge, there's no study has been examining the relationship between corporate spirituality and sustainability using
personal organization fit theory, and oneness perspective. When come to the methodological gap, there is no study, no comprehensive measurement for corporate sustainability and spirituality. In addition, there is a dearth of studies has been investigate the relationship between corporate spirituality and corporate sustainability. Accordingly, the research problem of study is there is the dearth of studies investigate corporate spirituality impact on the corporate sustainability. Accordingly, the main objective of my study is to examine the impact of corporate spirituality on corporate sustainability. First, I conceived rigorous systematic review and found so many definitions. Only 4 is included in here. According to all these definitions, I conceptualize corporate sustainability as the integration of the business performance expectation, including economic, social, and environmental sustainability. Secondly, I conceptualize the corporate spirituality using a rigorous systematic review. And actually, there is no direct spirituality measurement. And I consider the workplace spirituality, spirituality at work also construct my definition. Accordingly, the corporate spirituality is conceptualized as the presence of spiritual values such as compassion, sense of community, opportunities of inner life, emotional balance, inner peace in organizational and function. I consider 2 theories to study this relationship. First of 1996, accordingly, I consider the personal organization fit theory explain about the organizational fit between the person and organized. Corporate spirituality will interlink this relationship and improve the sustainability. In addition, oneness perspective consider the Holic 2006, and then in the oneness perspective, consider the people need to think about all about like themselves. Then this is very important here, considering in the corporate spirituality, and it is important to improve the sustainability. This is my conceptual framework. The independent variable is corporate spirituality. There are 6 main subdimensions: compassion, meaningful work, mindfulness, sense of community, opportunity of inner life, emotional balance, and inner peace. And the dependent variable corporate sustainability consists of 3: economic sustainability, social sustainability, and environmental sustainability. The population consider the listed and unlisted companies in Sri Lanka. Accordingly, according to sample price power criteria, I have listed companies 172 and non-listed company 299. Therefore, the sampling criteria has been fulfilled. The main hypothesis of the study is the corporate spirituality positively influences corporate sustainability. This is the operationalization of study. The corporate spirit sustainability measured by 3 sub-dimensions: environment, spirituality measured by mindfulness, compassion, organizational values, sense of community, meaningful work, emotional balance, and inner peace, and opportunities of inner life. And then actually the corporate sustainability and spirituality questionnaire is constructed with a rigorous methodology. Initially, I get the operational definition with a rigorous review and then conduct the expert survey. And in addition, after that, I identify the questionnaire and then again conduct the pre-screening, and after that pilot survey, and then finally I conduct the final survey. This is the same as that. Then accordingly, the analysis made initially the data cleaning and value analysis, and then descriptive analysis. Finally, the relationship is explained using the partial least squares regression model using Smart PLS 4.0. And in addition, ethical things are also followed, and then anonymity will be considered. Confidentiality is very important in the questionnaire. And then here is the demographic profile of my study respondents. And then I come to the main important thing, the reliability and all the lower order construct made the reliability and convergent validity is achieved. According to the main relationship, the corporate spirituality and sustainability found a positive relation in Sri Lankan listed and non-listed companies. Then come to the discussion. Actually, this relationship positive is actually corporate spirituality is significantly positively influenced organizational spirituality is concerned with the literature, and it is find support personal commitment and promote sustainable organizational behavior. In addition, according to the oneness theory also suggests interconnectedness, compassion, and collective responsibility encourage organization to pursue holistic sustainability. These results are very consistent with the previous studies, and it improved the organizational performance, ethical behavior, employee well-being, and sustainability. When come to the implication, the study support the application of personal organizational fit theory and oneness theory in explaining how corporate spirituality contributes sustainability per outcomes. And in addition, empirical concept, this is the dearth of studies in the Sri Lankan context as emerging economies. There shows there is a relationship between corporate spirituality and corporate sustainability. Then come to the methodological implication. The study considers the rigorous methodology to construct corporate sustainability and spirituality questionnaire, and this validated model is in the future research. When come to the practical implication, organization also need to consider about these spirituality values to increase the sustainability in the organization. Finally, come to the limitations. Then the study consider the cross-sectional design. Therefore, it is important future to consider the longitudinal studies. And in Sri Lankan context, we consider, and other countries also you can study on this relationship. In addition, this study only consider the direct relationship. Future studies can be considered the moderation relationship. That's the end of my study. I think this is really important. Today's world, we need to consider about the corporate spirituality to improve the corporate sustainability. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you so much, Hiranya Dissanayake. Of course, corporate spirituality as a driver of corporate sustainability. I'm sure that your study offers an interesting perspective that how corporate spirituality can contribute to sustainability. It reminds us that sustainable business is not driven solely by economic performance, but also by organizational values, purpose, and also ethical leadership. Thank you so much for sharing this valuable research with us. Moving on to the third presenter, Jenny D. Ureta, JR. The title of the research will be Impact of Leadership Styles to Employees' Job Performance in National Irrigation Administration. This will also be a video presentation. Give me one moment. I will share the video.
Everyone. I'm Engineer Gene D. Oreta Jr., Engineer A at National Irrigation Administration, and my research title is Impact of Leadership Style to Employees' Job Performance in National Irrigation Administration. Leadership plays a vital role in influencing organizational performance by guiding employees towards shared goals and shaping workplace outcomes. Various leadership styles, including autocratic, democratic, and laissez-faire, affected employee job satisfaction, commitment, engagement, and overall performance. Research objectives describe the democratic profile of the respondents, determine the leadership style practiced in National Irrigation Administration, assess the current level of employees' performance in National Education Administration, determine whether there is a significant relationship between the respondent's demographic profile and the leadership styles practiced in National Education Administration, determine whether leadership style has a significant impact on employees' performance in National Education Administration. Research methodology. This study employed a descriptive correlational research design to examine the leadership styles practiced in National Irrigation Administration and their relationship with employees' performance. The research was conducted at the National Irrigation Administration Aklan office, located in Linebansur, Bangak. The respondents consisted of 70 rank and file employees. The research instrument underwent validity and reliability testing to ensure that it accurately measured the independent variables and produced consistent results. The collected data were analyzed using appropriate statistical tools to describe the respondent's profile, assess leadership style and employee performance, determine the relationship between demographic variables and leadership styles, and examine the impact of leadership style on employees' performance. The findings serve as the basis for developing a proposed intervention plan. Results. The demographic profile, the national irrigation and employee reveals that the largest representation according to sex was made with 64.29%. The most prevalent age range was 35 to 44 years with 28.57%. The least common was less than 25 years with 2.86%. Based on their employee status, casual employee were the most with 47.14% and the job order worker were the least with 10%. With the exception of 7.40% that had a length of service less than 1 year. Length of service distribution indicates that the majority had served between 6 and 7 and 10 years with 30%. Results of the study indicate that the most highly rated leadership style practiced by the National Irrigation Administration is democratic leadership with a commensurate graduated mean of 3.77. On employees' performance at the National Irrigation Administration, the most top-rated productivity was able to set the workplace according to the demands of the project with a mean of 3.78. It can be deduced that there is no significant relationship between sex and any leadership style being employed in the National Irrigation Administration, since all p-values are greater than 0.05. Hence, the null hypothesis for the sex is accepted. At the same time, there is more correlation between age and autocratic leadership style, and with a p-value of 0.022. Again, we reject the null hypothesis, the age and the autocratic leadership has nothing to be done. For democratic and laissez-faire, the p-values were greater than 0.05. So the null hypothesis, the age, and these styles were accepted. The results demonstrate that of the three leadership style measures, democratic leadership had the greatest positive impact on employee performance, and a graduated mean 3.75 was recorded. It was particularly impressive in team input and shared decision making. In very diverse autocratic leaderships had the least favorable impression with an overall low mean of 2.57, showing the worst impression in employee inclusion, auto decision making, and punitive control. The demographic profile of the National Irrigation Administration workforce is predominantly male and middle-aged. This casual employment has been the most prevalent form. The low participation of the new entrants, the high portion of grade 5 to 6 and 6 to 10 service duration indicates a steady working populace due to aging. The most prevalent style of leadership among the faculty is democratic, which finds them seeking input from the yard, sharing decision making, and forming alliances. Though with some feel that education is less than ideal. The lowest rated type of leadership was the autocrat, one that top decisions faster before. It also showed that the leadership style has a partial laissez-faire, which is suggested that it is a mixed leadership style for control, and the absolute independence and sovereignty is balanced. On the positive side, the employee performance is the highest in adaptability and commitment, showing room for lowering performance, inconsistency, accuracy, and timeliness. The non-significant deficient in the work rate and the quality standard leads to the conclusion that the level of productivity and quality standard is, and that the performance expectation may be unclear. Therefore, the net hypothesis suggesting no significant relationship between the current level of employees' performance, the leadership style in national education administration is rejected. As is deduced, there is no statistically significant association between gender and leadership style at NIA, providing that gender is not a factor in determining leadership style. Nevertheless, age has a strong influence on the perception of autocratic leadership. Therefore, the null hypothesis suggesting no significant relationship between the demographic profile, the respondents, and the style of leadership style practiced in national education administration is accepted. Democratic leadership was the most conducive to performance, especially as it promoted teamwork and joint responsibility, whereas autocratic leadership was the least effective and frequently instigated withdrawal position. The transformational, transactional, and servant leadership styles were reported to be moderately influential, with recognition and work-life balance identified as favorable traits. The, the whole resort confirmed participative leadership style which contribute to high job performance and high morale of employee in EA. NIA should work to recruit early career individuals and recent graduates and improve its recruitment efforts based on the aging workforce and the need for leadership succession. New officers needs to structure onboarding and mentorship to fill the experience gap and turning long-term casual into permanency as an added benefits for increasing morale, retention, and organizational. Leaders should sustain democratic functioning through greater transparency and active promotion of inclusive communication. Communication and emotional intelligence should be trained. Some autocratic behavior is required in some situations. However, beware of disconnecting, especially with younger staff. The emphasis should be improving employee consistency, accuracy, and timeliness through clearer performance standards, more feedback, and ongoing training. Supervisors need to institute specific performance review that pinpoint and support underperformance, promoting a performance culture underpinned by celebration and consequence. Employees will ensure more ongoing high levels performance. Age appropriate, flexible leadership development programs needs consideration of generational preferences in management. Older and junior employees react differently to directive leadership. Their training in generational leadership awareness must be included. There are different leadership approaches that depend on the opposite will result in moral tolerance and less tension in inter-age national teams. Democratic leadership should be a core tenet of belief system, not a mere style of leadership that emphasizes shared governance, teamwork, and employee empowerment. That will be all. Thank
All right. Thank you so much for your engaging presentation. Your study provides a valuable insights to how different leadership styles can motivate employees based on certain factors that you have included just now to enhance performance within National Irrigation Administration. Thank you so much for sharing. Moving on to the fourth presenter, we have Angel Mary Gonzalez. Hi, ma'am. And the title of the paper will be Redefining Work and Building Organizational Agility Through Artificial Intelligence Selected Financing and Lending Institutions in Cabanatuan City. This will also be a video presentation. And let me play the video.
Good afternoon, ma'am. May I request if I will present live instead of playing my pre-recorded video? Is it okay
Yeah,
po?
you want to
Yes, ma'am.
you want to do it live?
Yes po. Yes. I will
Okay,
present.
okay, thank you. All right, no, all right, right. Yeah, you can carry on. The floor is yours now.
I will start sharing my screen.
All right.
So, is it my screen
Yes,
visible to others? Okay.
yes.
So, good day, distinct panel members, researchers, faculty members, and the conference participants. I am Angel Marie D. Gonzalez, a Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administration, student at Wesleyan University, Philippines. And today I will be presenting my study entitled Redefining Work and Building Organizational Agility through Artificial Intelligence of Selected Financing and Lending Institutions in Cabanatuan City. And this research examined how artificial intelligence is reshaping work practices and improving organization agility with financing and lending institutions using the lens of socio-technical system theory. We all know that artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming an important part of financial services. Many institutions now use AI for credit evaluation, customer service, fraud detection, and data analytics. While AI offers significant benefits in terms of efficiency and productivity, there remains an important question: how does AI affect employees and organization agility? Most existing studies focus on the technological side of AI. However, fewer studies examine how employees adopt, how work roles change, and how organizations balance human and technological components. To address this gap, my study uses the socio-technical system theory, which emphasizes that organization success is achieved when both social factors and technological factors are optimized together. The study specifically aimed to assess AI adoption in the social and technical subsystem, analyze the human-technology interface, and determine the relationship among these dimensions. For my research objectives, we will assess AI adoption, examine the AI adoption, analyze the human-technology interface, and we will also determine the relationship between the social and technical subsystem, and human-technology interface. And lastly, we will develop the policy recommendation for effective AI integration. So, my study po is employed a quantitative descriptive correlational research design. Data were collected from 120 managers and employees across 20 selected financing and lending institutions in Cabanatuan City. A purposive quota sampling technique was used to ensure representation of both managerial and operational employees. The research instrument was structured questionnaire based on my STS theory, and the questionnaire underwent expert validation and reliability testing with Cronbach alpha values meeting acceptable standards of 0.98. For data analysis, descriptive statistics were used to summarize responses, while Pearson correlation and structural modeling were utilized to examine relationship among variables. All statistics were conducted at the 0.01 level of significance. Before discussing the main findings, let us briefly look at the profile of the institutions and my respondents. Among the participating institutions, 50% have been operating for more than 20 years, 70% are corporations, 90% offer loan products, and both small and large organizations are represented. For my respondents, nearly half of them are between 20 to 29 years old. More than 90% are college graduates, and over 73% already use AI or system-based tool in their daily work. Interestingly, AI adoption remains at different stages. While some organizations have fully integrated AI, many are still either testing or partially adopting AI technologies. This indicates the industry is currently undergoing digital transformation and provides a sustainable and environment for studying AI adoption. Let's now proceed with the results. The first major area examined was the social subsystem, which includes the redefinition of human roles, employee adaptation, and employee engagement. Results showed the positive responses across all dimensions. Employees agreed that AI has changed the nature of their jobs and automated repetitive tasks. However, they did not perceive AI as replacing them. Instead, AI shifted their work toward more analytic and strategic responsibilities. Employee adaptation received the highest rating among the social dimensions. Respondents showed confidence in learning new technologies and viewed AI as an opportunity for career growth. Employee engagement also remained positive. Workers reported feeling more productive and having more time to focus on meaningful tasks. Overall, these findings suggest that AI serves as a supportive tool that empowers employees rather than displacing them. The second area explored was the technical subsystem, which covered AI capability, technology fit, and system usability. All three dimensions received positive ratings. Respondents agreed that AI improves work accuracy, productivity, and decision making. They also indicated that AI tools align well with their work requirements, enabling them to complete tasks faster and produce higher quality outputs. They also indicated that AI tools align well with their work requirements. In terms of usability, employees found AI system easy to learn and operate, even with minimal technical support. These findings indicate that technical infrastructure supporting AI adoption is functionally effectively and contributes positively to organizational operations. The next dimension examined was the human technology interface, specifically human AI collaboration and workflow integration. Results show that employees generally view AI as a collaborator rather than a replacement. Respondents agreed that AI improves decision making, enhances productivity, supports complex problem solving, and contributes to better team performance. They also reported that AI is becoming naturally embedded in organizational workflows. Workflow integration results indicated improved coordination across departments, streamlined processes, and reduced delays in task completion. These findings demonstrate that effective collaboration between humans and AI strengthens both organizational performance and agility. This slide presents the most significant findings of my study. The first analysis examined the relationship between the social subsystem and the technical subsystem. Results revealed a very strong positive correlation of 0.909, which was statistically significant. This means that employees are adaptable, engaged, and supported. AI technologies tend to perform more effectively. The second analysis examined is the relationship between the technical subsystem and the human technology interface. Results showed an even stronger correlation of R0.922, which was likely why statistically significant. These findings suggest that well-designed, user-friendly, and task-aligned AI systems lead to better human collaboration and smoother transaction. These results strongly supported the socio-technical system theory, emphasizing that successful AI adoption requires the simultaneous development of both human and technological factors. Based on the findings, several conclusions can be drawn. First, AI functions primarily as a complementary technology rather than a replacement for human workers. Second, AI positively influences employee adaptation, engagement, and productivity, and even the decision making. Third, successful AI implementation requires alignment among social, technical, and human technology interface components. And lastly, organizations that effectively balance people and technology are more likely to achieve organizational agility and sustainable digital transformation. One limitation of my study is that it focused only on selected financing and lending institutions in Cabanatuan City. Future studies may involve larger samples and broader geographic coverage. Based on the study findings, several recommendations are proposed. Organizations should adopt human-centered AI system that assist employees rather than replace them. Institutions should also establish agile work systems that support flexibility and continuous adaptation to change. Strong AI governance policies should be developed as well to ensure ethical use, transparency, accountability, and data privacy. Continuous workforce and development in AI literacy programs should be implemented to strengthen employee readiness. And finally, organizations must maintain human oversight in critical decisions, particularly in financial services where judgment and ethics remain essential. To conclude, the future of AI in financing and lending institutions is not about replacing people. Rather, it's about creating effective partnership between humans and intelligent technologies to build more agile, productive, and sustainable organizations. Thank you for your time and attention. My name again is Angel Meridi Gonzalez, Doctor of Philosophy in Business Administration, student at Wesleyan University, Philippines. Thank you so much po.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Angel. AI is reshaping the way organizations operate now, and your study definitely demonstrates how AI enhances organizational agility and redefine work within financing and lending institutions. This research is both timely and relevant to the current area. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us, ma'am. Moving on to the next presenter, Wanda Lee Rayos and John Nathan. The title of the paper is Tourism Business Managers' Practices in Achieving Sustainable Municipal Tourism Development, Implications for Tourism Management Education. The floor is now yours, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much to our facilitator, Ma'am Sujata Balak Urshna. So we are here together with my co-investigator of this research paper. So our investigation focuses on the tourism business managers' practices, achieving sustainable municipality or municipal tourism development, and implications for tourism education or tourism management education. So the investigators of this study, so we have Dr. Juan Daliti Reyes, Associate Professor 3 of Imbriga, Candelaria, and one of the professor of the College of International Tourism and Hospitality Management, and me, Sir Jonathan Encube, the senior lecturer 3 of Imbriga, Candelaria. The same, I am the research officer of Imbriga, Candelaria. Now, so for this study, let us focus with the first one, the introduction and the background. So this paper focuses on 4 major factors. The first one, this paper focuses on the economic catalyst of the tourism business manager, the environmental needs, the managerial impact, and the academic alignment. So when you talk about economic catalyst, tourism fuels municipal revenue and job creation, requiring balanced economic management to ensure long-term community benefits. While for the environmental need, uncontrolled tourism risks, ecological degradation, sustainable practices, and protect natural resources and cultural heritage. And for the managerial impact, business managers should directly dictate operational policies, waste management protocols, and resource conservation tactics. And for the academic alignment of this study, curriculum must adapt to equip future hospitality leaders with practical, real-world sustainability competencies. And for this study, it focuses on the following objective. The first one is for the manager profile. So the study established socio-demographic and professional background profiles of tourism business managers. And for number 2, it focuses on practice assessment, wherein the paper evaluates economic, environmental, and social sustainability measures actively implemented in daily operations. And for the third one is for the operational challenges. So the study pinpoint key infrastructure, resource, and governance barriers faced by local business operators. And for the last one is for the growth opportunities. So this paper uncovers strategic vectors for LGU policy integration and tourism curriculum development. And for the methodology framework of the study, so this paper used a quantitative design, specifically descriptive research approach,
to measure and evaluate the manager's practices and metrics. And then for the purpose of sample, so the paper used 35 active tourism business managers on the selected municipal tourism establishments in the locality. And for the data collection, a self-developed expert validated questionnaire was used to gather the data via face-to-face field engagement. And for the statistical treatment or for the data analysis plan, the research, the study utilized frequency distribution, percentage, and median score analysis for the accurate interpretation.
For the continuation of the result, the demographic profile of the majority managers.
Dito ka lang
Diyan lang. O dito na lang ako. Patayin mo dyan. Alright, so for the continuations of the result for practices level findings, the demographic profile, majority managers in 31 to 50 age, it's raised to 80% and 45.71 are female and 82.86 are college graduate, and the business type of primary partners is 45.71% and or the sole proprietorship with 40%. So in terms of the sustainability practices over median 4.0 is always the result within the economic, environmental, and social. So for the challenges of this research with the environmental, we have median 3.20 with agree. Managers face a significant issue with overconsumptions of water and energy, with increases operational costs. And for the infrastructure, we have 3.60 strongly agree. Key barriers include limited transportation options, poorly maintained roads and pressures adaptations, and rapid digital marketing growth. For the human resource and government governance, it is a strongly agree with 3.8, with the major handled includes lack of skills worker, low community involvement, and insufficient support from local government unit. So for the opportunity, overall median 0.4, strongly agree. Managers perceive strong opportunities in upgrading technology for services delivery, building partnership, and strengthen local values chains and integrating local communities into the sustainable planning. For our conclusions, the study concludes that the tourism managers in Candelaria are highly committed to sustainable practices that align with the global SDG. However, their ability to fully achieve this goal is hampered by structural challenges such as inadequate infrastructures and shortage of specialized human capital. Of course, the research limitations on this is the study was limited to tourism business managers and owned in District 2 of Candelaria, Quezon, and focus on the specific sustainability variables are over 1 year period. For our recommendations, of course, for the curriculum enhancement, we have to suggest or give recommendations for the educations, tourism curriculum as translations from purely technical training to integrating practical evidence based on the sustainability module, focusing on risk management and community management. So, and then we have also the, for the management itself, it should prioritize professional development and the digital upscaling, remain competitive. And then for the LGU, we need to be strengthened collaborations with the private sector to address the infrastructure's gap and foster more inclusive governance. So, and of course, with the applied local research, we are really into motivated to do orient academic thesis and research project towards the solving specific municipality level environmental and operational challenges. So that would be all in our end. Thank you so much and God bless po.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wanda Lee and Mr. Jonathan. Thank you for your informative presentation. Your study definitely provides valuable insights into how tourism business managers contribute to sustainable municipal tourism and highlights important implications for preparing future tourism professionals. Thank you for sharing this meaningful research with us. It's time to move on to our sixth and last presenter, Elizar Rejuso. Uh, the title of the paper is The Untold Stories of Lending Institution, Financial Analysts in Focus. I believe this will be a video presentation. Let me on the video.
Distinguished panel of evaluators, respected researchers, faculty members, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant day to all. It is with great honor and humility that we stand before you today to present our research article entitled The Untold Stories of a Lending Institution, Financial Analyst in Focus. I am Eleazar Irihuso, one of the authors, and this study was collaboratively conducted with my co-authors, Neljen May Gonzalez, Jovelyn Maduyag, Gilro de la Peña, Warren Zigabales, and Dr. Romel Erwin Angka. We proudly represent the Bachelor of Science in Business Administration major in Financial Management under the Institute of Business and Agriculture at ACES Polytechnic College Incorporated, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Before we begin, we would like to express our heartfelt appreciation to the organizers of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research for providing researchers like us the opportunity to share our work with experts, professionals, educators, and fellow researchers from different institutions around the world. Without further ado, allow me to present our study. Financial analysts play an indispensable role in every lending institution. While many people associate their work with financial statements, computations, and loan approvals, their responsibilities extend far beyond numbers. Every day, financial analysts evaluate borrowers' financial capacity, assess risk, verify information, and make decisions that directly affect both organizational profitability and the financial future of clients. Although previous studies have extensively discussed financial analysis, risk management, and regulatory compliance, very few have explored the human side of financial analysts. Their lived experiences, struggles, coping strategies, and personal insights. Recognizing this research gap inspired us to conduct this study. Our research aimed to uncover the untold stories of financial analysts working in lending institutions and provide a deeper understanding of their professional journey beyond financial reports and numerical data. Specifically, this study sought to answer the following questions. First, what are the experiences of financial analysts in navigating their work in a lending institution? Second, how do financial analysts cope with the challenges they encounter while performing their work? And lastly, what valuable insights can be drawn from their experiences that may contribute to improving lending practices and organizational effectiveness?
To answer these questions, we employed a qualitative phenomenological research design because our objective was to understand the participants' lived experiences from their own perspectives. The study was conducted among financial analysts working in a lending institution located in Panabo City, Davao del Norte, Philippines. Using purposive sampling, we selected 5 financial analysts who possess at least 5 years of work experiences. These participants were specifically chosen because they had sufficient professional exposure to provide rich and meaningful insight regarding their work. Data were gathered through in-depth interviews, allowing participants to openly share their experiences, challenges, coping mechanisms, and professional reflection. The interview responses were carefully analyzed to identify recurring themes that accurately represented their lived experiences.
Our findings were organized into three major categories. First, financial analyst experiences. The participants shared that they consistently work under tight deadlines and demanding performance quotas. Despite the pressure, they learned to remain calm and composed during transaction while making sound lending decisions. These experiences strengthened their professionalism, decision-making skills, and ability to work efficiently under pressure.
Second, financial analyst coping mechanisms. When faced with challenges, participants emphasize the importance of mitigating loan risk through careful evaluations. They also reported anticipating setbacks immediately, sought support from teammates whenever necessary, and consistently verified documents and client information before making lending decisions. These practices enable them to minimize errors and maintain the quality and credibility of their works.
Lastly, financial analyst insights. The participants highlighted several lessons gained from years of professional experience. They emphasized that precision is essential because there is no room for assumptions. Clear workflows and standardized guidelines improve efficiency and client satisfaction. Strong client engagement is vital in maintaining competitiveness within the lending industry. Collectively, these teams demonstrate that successful financial analysis requires technical competence, ethical responsibility, effective communication, collaboration, and excellent client relationship management.
Based on our findings, we concluded that the work of financial analysts extends far beyond financial computation. Their profession requires professionalism, ethical judgment, critical thinking, effective communication, and strong interpersonal relationships. Their experiences demonstrate that professional growth is developed through handling deadlines, quotas, client interaction, and complex lending decisions. Furthermore, organizational success depends greatly on accuracy, teamwork, risk management, and adherence to a structured operational procedures. Ultimately, our study highlights that every lending decision is influenced not only by financial data, but also by the competence, integrity, and commitment of financial analysts who dedicated themselves to responsible financial service. We hope that the findings of this study will contribute to the improvement of lending practices, employee development programs, financial management education, and future research within the banking and lending industry.
In closing, we believe that every financial report represents more than numbers. It reflects human judgment, responsibility, and service. As stated in our presentation, every number tells a story, and behind every story is a financial analyst making informed decisions that shape organizational success. On behalf of my co-authors, Ms. Nelgin May Gonzalez, Ms. Jovelyn Maduyag, Mr. Gilro de la Peña, Mr. Warren Gabales, and Dr. Ramel Erwin Angka, and our institution, ACES Polytechnic College Incorporated Institute of Business and Agriculture, Davao del Norte, Philippines. We sincerely thank the organizers of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research, our distinguished panel of experts, and all participants for your valuable time, attention, and interest in our study. We will now be pleased to answer any questions you may have, and thank you very much, and have a wonderful day.
Okay, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Your study sheds light on the often overlooked experiences of financial analysts within lending institution and provides valuable insights into the complexities of financial decisions. Thank you so much for sharing your work with us. It means a lot to us. And now we have ended all the 6 presenters. Now we will have the open forum if there is any questions from the floor. Is there any questions? to the presenters. I don't see any question in the chat box. No questions? No questions? Okay. Right. So since we are running out of time, maybe I think we will end the session here. Before we end, I would like to thank our evaluators today, Dr. Michael, Dr. Sangjukta, and I
Thank
hope
you.
Dr. Aminul is here as well. All right.
Yes,
Thank
thank
you
you so
so much
much.
for your valuable time, and all the presenters all have done very well today. Right. A
Yes.
big congratulations to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's
See
going
you
to be a
soon.
tough decision for all of us as evaluators, I suppose.
Yes. Yes,
The
yes,
topics
that's
were
true.
quite innovative, they were beautiful, and the presentations are also very good.
Yes, very
Congratulations, all of
creative.
you all.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll pass it back to Yari.
Thank you, Sujata ma'am.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Perhaps the next session have to take over.
Okay, good afternoon, Sir CJ. Can we start over since we don't have time? Okay, so good afternoon,
You may
everyone.
proceed po.
Yeah, thank you. Welcome to the Humanities and Social Sciences session. I am Dr. Maria Aurora Victoriano, your session chair, and with me, we have the esteemed panel of evaluators. We have Dr. Glenn R. Aguila. Sir, are you around? We also have Dr. Yadarabulia. Good afternoon. I guess I've seen Sir Dr. a while ago. And also Dr. Estanam Subramaniam. Okay, so for our quick reminders, for the record and upload presentation, the entire part of the conference is recorded for future upload in the various social media platforms, and presenters are expected to be at their respective breakout rooms before the start of the session. And the sequence of presentation can be found in the conference program, and each presenter is given 10 minutes, and the track chair moderates the session and alerts the presenter of the time limit. Question and answer is to be conducted after the last presenter, and participants are encouraged to write questions in the chat box. And of course, all participants are expected to follow proper network etiquette, and the conference organizers have all the rights to drop any participants from the session in case of any misbehavior. I guess we are all set, so we will start with the first presenter on the effects of land tenure system changes and agricultural practices in the Western Highlands of Cameroon, to be presented by William Shun Neva. I will be sharing his presentation for a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the servant.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Multidisciplinary industry.
Am I
Good afternoon.
audible? Is it audible?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the servant international conference on multidisciplinary industry and academic research. I'm here to present on the effect of land-tenure system changes on agricultural practices in the Western Highlands of Cameroon by William Shuniba and Roland Azibo Balden. Presentation outline, introduction and background, methodology, reports, regression analysis, conclusions, and implications. Introduction. In the Global South, changes in the land-based systems are regarded as a vital component of achieving security, reducing poverty, and supporting sustainable development. Land-based system changes include more than only legal or administrative adjustments. There are novel strategies ensuring fair access, protecting gaining, and encouraging sustainable land use among people. Secure land rights are essential for long-term development, as government and their legal system have considerable obligations for land access, management, and conservation. Agricultural practices are farming methods and techniques that have a significant impact on geo-environmental conditions, such as water resources, ecosystems, and crop outputs, necessitate long-term function, security, concerns. Problem statement. Land-based system changes and agricultural practices in the urban and rural settings of the Western Highlands of Cameroon have resulted in major land disease, environmental degradation, and food security concerns. The juxtaposition of uncodified customary practices and state statutory regulations, particularly the 1974 Land Ordinances, generates legal difficulties that the indigenous people, farmers, and pastoralists building. Its duality frequently causes resource conflict and social isolation, have a negative impact on agricultural practices. Objectives. This study examined the effect of land-based system changes on agricultural practices in urban and rural settings of the Western Highlands of Cameroon. It also examined the factors influencing land-based system changes and agricultural practices, urban and rural settings of the Western Highlands of Cameroon. It anticipated the effects of land-based system changes and agricultural practices in urban and rural settings of the Western Highlands of Cameroon. Methodology. A mixed research design combining quantitative and qualitative methods. Participants comprise households from both agricultural and non-farm sectors, the urban and rural settings. The multi-stage sampling method was select 520 respondents. The sample was divided equally in segments, urban and rural, also choosing the Western Highlands of Cameroon, ensuring geographical representation. Second, two subdivisions were proposed to be chosen from each set for a total of 4 subdivisions. 8 clusters were randomly selected from a total of 12, with 3 clusters taken from each of the 4 subdivisions. 19 key informants were proposibly selected, with landing experts, local government representatives, and community leaders. 3 primary data collection instruments, the city structure machine, informant database, and observation were used. Descriptive statistics and binary logistic equations were applied comparatively assess the effect of land-based system changes and agricultural practices, urban and rural settings in the Western Highlands of Cameroon. Descriptive statistics. Effects of land-based system changes on agricultural practices in the urban and rural settings was examined. Respondents were asked a score 0 to 4, indicating the extent to land-based system changes at and on specific social activities, and the results were presented in table 1. The result in table 1 is that except for increase in the ethnic conflicts with a mean score of 1.72 and result in land use with a mean score of 1.77 in the urban. All the tested effects of land use settings generally higher in the rural settings. Of significant importance in both settings was increase in land prices with a mean score of 3.86 in rural settings and 3.61 in urban settings. This implies that land is the foundation of the rural economy and the major means of subsistence. The increase in land prices in rural settings suggests a recent growth in the land market, negative consequences on agricultural practices. In the study areas, this process of increase in land prices is affecting land protections, the Western Highlands, renewal. Regression analysis. Factors influencing land taking system changes and agricultural practices in urban and rural settings. There were examples. 18 explanatory variables were used in the analysis and the results presented in table 2. Our model summary indicates that for expense 35% of the decision to change the land taking system urban settings and 32.5% of the socioeconomic factors affecting land taking system changes for settings, representing an increase of over 31 percentage points in urban and over 20 percentage points for rural, respectively, as compared to limited focus on factors only. Table 3 indicators of significant importance in this project are the marital status of the respondent, family size, educational level, main occupation, and total land size. Comparatively, the marital status, size of the family, educational level, religious occupation, main occupation, total land size were robust in affecting land taking system changes in both urban and rural settings, with positive effect on agricultural practices. Conclusions and implications. The study concludes that the main effect of land taking system change was an increase in land prices in both settings. The effect was significantly higher in rural settings than in urban settings, as the land growth is relatively recent. Therefore, it's fueled by the inhabitants of rural settings as social change. By implications, the increase in land prices in rural settings indicates a recent growth in the land market in rural settings with negative consequences on agricultural practices. This process of land prices is affecting land protections in the Western Highlands. Thank you for listening. Questions and discussions.
All right, thank you so much. Your study provides valuable insights into how the land ownership reforms influence farming practices and rural livelihoods, offering sustainable agricultural policies. And now we'll proceed with the next presenter with the title Cut Out the Middleman, Reimagining the Significance and Role of Organized Labor in South African Public Sector, to be presented by Sir Tando Rulashi. Are you around, sir?
Yes, Chair, I'm around.
Okay.
I'm just checking how do I display the presentation?
Please share your
Oh,
screen.
okay. Okay. I'm just checking. Can you see?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues, and thank you to the organizers of the conference, as well as the Institute. My presentation is very short and straightforward. It's called Cut Out the Middleman, Reimagining the Significance and Role of Organized Labor in South Africa. Um, so I'll be just going through the background rationale, problem statement, the theories that underpin it, methodology, as well as the results and the conclusion. So, just to give you a background context, colleagues, this is a part of a four-part series of papers. The first two have already been published, where the first paper I looked at the theoretical underpinnings of organized labor in South Africa. The second one, we looked at the fragmentation of organized labor in South Africa, specifically in the public service. And then this third one, we did an empirical study where we actually went to the ground and spoke to present and past public servants and tried to see their views as far as organized labor in the public service and what they imagine it to be. So essentially, we had wanted to have 500 participants. Unfortunately, we only got about 348. But just to mention, by the point we got to that 348, the information was basically saturating. We were receiving the same information over and over. Just to give you a brief context of organized labor in South Africa, and anyone who does know the history of South Africa, that we come from a history of colonial, history and apartheid and separate development, and our organized labor played a significant role in trying to liberate the country. And you found that within that context, some of the organized labor unions went into government with the ruling party post 1994 when we got our democracy. But with that said, we found many challenges, which feeds into my problem statement, where at times when organized labor doesn't agree with the employer, which is the government, you'd find that we find a disruption to public services, and it's noted in literature by so many scholars, whether it's in the health sector, whether it's in schools, whether it's in general public service. Whenever there are protesters, organized by organized labor, the people suffer on the ground because of some of these things. So the problem statement is generally, articulated around unions are institutionally represented, but their relevance is increasingly judged by responsiveness, legitimacy, and contribution to e-service delivery. And, there is a gap in literature as far as the South African context when it comes to this particular topic. And then the aim is generally to examine the evolving role and significance of organized labor in South Africa and in enhancing governance and service delivery within the public sector in particular. So the study itself is centrally grounded on three theories: the critical theory, and I do explain what each theory fits into the narrative, but because of time, I won't really go into it. But also there's the institutional theory as well as the conflict theory. And there are many themes that arise from our literature review that we do discuss in the paper. And then the methodology, we went for mixed methods, where we got quantitative data through web-based questionnaires, but we also had interviews for our qualitative data, as well as tried to interpret our data through thematics. And as I said earlier, we only managed to get about 348 from the intended 500 participants. And then the setting was in the Eastern Cape province in South Africa, where we targeted different departments, different municipalities, and government entities. And we also looked at present and past employees of government. So our findings were relatively mixed, if I may say. But this is just to give you a brief context of who our participants were within that 348. And I won't really get into that. But we did get some colleagues who are also retired colleagues. And then, yeah, as I said, when we looked at the issue of relevance and significance, colleagues had mixed methods, mixed responses, as I said. Some felt that, the unions did not truly represent their interest. Some felt that the unions did not really impact, their needs. Some felt that, the union representative are rather responsive than proactive, while some agreed that, they did receive help from our unions in the past. There were
Yeah,
also, sorry, there was also an overwhelming
yeah.
view when it comes to issues of political influence when it
Huh?
comes to union leaders. They were, I'm not too sure if there's someone asking a question, Chair.
Come here, please just let me tell him no.
Okay. I think it's William whose mic
Okay,
is
but I've
on.
been waiting.
Thank you. So, and then generally, colleagues, there was an overwhelming response from people that unions are still relevant, unions are still needed, but how they've been doing things in the past has been affecting the employees negatively. But also, there is a need for unions to also move with the times because the nature of the working environment is changing. We live in a digital age. We live in an age where all of our things are influenced by AI, by, technology, and our union leaders in South Africa need to adapt to those times. And then from the qualitative responses as well, when we talked about issues of service delivery, the people felt very much that, the union leaders need to, at all times, encourage their members to prioritize service delivery. They need to ensure that the main mandate of government is not disrupted because of, disputes within salaries, disputes within whatever the employer want. But at the same time, they need to tell the employer that, the rights of the people do matter within the workplace. As I said, I won't really get into each and every aspect because of time. But there were the core conclusion of the study was that organized labor remains necessary, but its future significance depends on renewed internal democracy, responsiveness, accountability, a clear mandate, and service consciousness and engagement. And practical implications of this is that, there needs to be a strengthened shop steward capacity and disputes resolution skills. The use of digital tools for consultations and feedback is important, and the reducement of political influence within union leadership needs to be looked at very, very carefully. And obviously, they need to prioritize the worker as well as, the citizens of the country. Colleagues, I know I rushed a little bit because of time, but thank you so much. That was my presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you, Dr. Rolashi, for that very insightful study that highlights the evolving role of organized labor and its potential contribution to the improving public sector governance and employee welfare. And now we'll proceed with the next presentation with the title, Can Public Debt Reduce Youth Unemployment? Evidence from the Philippines, to be presented by Ms. Kairenisha Kamsin. Ma'am?
Okay, let me share the slide first. Thank you. Okay, is it my slide is appear there?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, first of all, thank you for the chairperson, Dr. Maria, and distinguish the panel for today and our fellow presenter for this evening. Okay, I'm Karanisa Kamsin with my fellow member for this research, which is Dr. Fairuz Madli, Dr. James Alin, Associate Professor Dr. Mori Kogit, and also Dr. Anita from the University of Trunojowo, Madura. We are from University Malaysia Sabah, UMS Malaysia. So as we can say for today, we just sharing about our research about the title entitled the Can Public Debt Reduce the Youth Unemployment in the Cases of the Philippines? Okay, this is actually one of my PhD part of my PhD where we are doing this. We explore about what things happen when we try to borrow the money, which is only involved with the public borrowing. Okay, so this wait, yeah, I try to okay. All right, so I move to this one, which is things happen in the Philippines, where we can see here where we are looking for the borrowing status, which is this sustained expansion in the borrowing, public borrowing over the 2 decades in this country, where we try to look in terms of the importance of the public borrowing in this country, where we know that it's helped to financial our infrastructure, social program, economic recovery, and so on. But then when we discuss about the public debt, it's not just about the borrowing things, but we want to know how much it will help our what we call it, our public area, which is one of it. We are looking for the employment. But then when we are looking for the employment part, where the job opportunity, the job creation in this country, it has been stagnant. They will not follow the sustained expansion in terms of the public borrowing, whereby when we discuss about this thing, when the public borrowing itself, it's not insufficient to cover the costs to what we call it, giving a job creation to the societies. Okay, so this thing happen lah. This is what we explore for when we discuss about this topic. Okay, so this structural vulnerability of the youth in Philippines, where we can see there are two parts here, which is the health entry and prolonged youth unemployment, whereby we can't deny it. This thing happened in the Philippines, where all of the youth unemployment, which is supposedly by using our what we call the public debt, it can help for reducing the unemployment rate in this country. But then when we are looking for this part, there are skill decay, wage penalty, and persistent about the vulnerability in that country. But then if we have a health entry in terms of the labor market, then we supposedly having a skill accumulation. We have a wage progression and economic integration in terms of our economic development. Okay, then it all of these things were was supported by this author from the previous literature, where we confirm it youth unemployment consistent exceed adult unemployment globally, where when we discuss about this part, we know that we only focus in terms of the short terms part, where when the unemployment increase, actually the not the unemployment, the public debt increase, it will help to grow our economic growth. But then in the short term, the unemployment start to growing up. So that things happen in this country. And we also demonstrate the young worker disparate harm during the downturn. And at the same time, we have the scaring effect here, whereby the unemployment during this transaction from education to the work permanently, whereby we know that to seeking for the job opportunity not only to the Philippines, but then to the Asian five country. Okay, Asian five country, when we know that much of the developing country and also the developed country, one of the developed country where we have the Singapore there. But when you look to this part, the dual nature of public borrowing, supposedly when we increase the what we call it, the public debt, we can create job creation, we can have the aggregate demand, increasing the aggregate demand, boost the aggregate demand by purchasing power, from the consumer. But then the vice versa things happen here where we have the unproductive expenditure. Unproductive expenditure, it lead to stagnant fiscal constraint. That's why it lead to this part where we have the stagnant inclusion in terms of the employment, or else what we call as the job creation. Okay, so this thing happen when we have a moderate debt. Okay, we have the moderate debt, we only can it only sufficient to certain part but not to open more job creation to this country. Okay, so this part also were support by the Panisa and Prebistro 2014 sorry. They argue that the impact of public debt depend on more on the productive use of borrower funds and institution qualities. Means that our own institution needs to have to figure out what things that we need to improve by using this temporary public debt that can help to open more job creation. Okay, so this study also will support by this theory where we have the Keynesian human capital theory, debt overhang and crowding out. But if you look for these two, they are supportive, they are support our decision where we said that actually in the straight line decision, we need to understand if we borrow the money, we can have more job creation. But then, when we focus to another two theory here, which is the debt overhang and also the crowding out, they will have a down arrow here, which is we said when the debt increased, that means our economic, which is our job creation, will slowing down. Why this thing happen? Because it's triggered by the expected for the further stagnation. We assume that for the debt overhang, we know that when there are too many debt in the long term, it will causes a long taxation to the public people, which is we are the one burden from the taxation. Same goes to the crowding out. We can't borrow too many. We can't borrow the money from the financial institution due to the higher rises in terms of the interest rate. So this thing happen actually. Okay, and in terms of the Asian five, like what I said before, in these five Asian country, we can see that Asian government increase really on the debt, but right after the post-crisis where we know some of it can help our decision to increase the public debt, but some of it will giving a negative impact to that country, as well as for the in the evidence from Malaysia and also Indonesia, where we said that support development, but then it's only temporary in the short term, but in the long term it rises the unemployment rate. So same goes with the Philippines, where we have the IMF result. They stress that urgent need to balance the fiscal sustainability with the production public investment. We need to have the public increase the public investment to increase our youth employment. So that things that happen for this Philippines public investment. Sorry. So by looking for this literature, we can see that it helped the fiscal sustainability, aggregate unemployment. We need to looking impact in terms of this part and the yield specification for the labor outcome. Okay, and the last part here, okay, before we go to the conclusion, where we have a single country yield labor dynamic. Okay, why this thing happen? It is because of this lagging between the macroeconomic growth, both cross-country panel data and aggregate unemployment metrics. Okay, so all of these things, it contribute to the implication in terms of the fiscal policy on the yield performance, where we must abandon the cross-country generalization. We are not only focused to one element, but we need to figure out another things that can giving an impact to that issue, which is the blind spot here. Okay, and then as the methodology, I'm not really touched about this part. But then we focus to this one, where the debt accumulation alone, it will not insufficient to cover the unemployment in the what we call in the Philippines. But then in the short run, it helps to grow the economy, but then it will increase the unemployment is alone. Okay, so by the research imperative here, where we have the first most possible border, which is the macro generalization, bridging the gap between the surveillance debt and then the policymaker, which is the we required the policy that focusing in terms of the increasing and develop in terms of what we call that the employment liability in the Philippines. So I think that's all for my sharing for today. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Kamsin, for that timely and relevant study that examines the complex relationship between fiscal and policy and employment, providing useful implication for economic decision making. And now, let's proceed on the cluster 2. The next presenter is Sir Jose Carlo Dailisan to presenting comparative study in crop production using diesel and solar powered pump irrigation system. Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Jose Carlos.
For a while.
National Administration, Applied Practice Management Office. Good afternoon. I am Jose Carlos Dailisan, Engineer A of the National Administration, Applied Practice Management. And solar powered pump irrigation system. Rice production is highly dependent on the availability of reliable irrigation system, particularly during periods of limited rainfall and increasing climate variability. In many farming communities, diesel-powered irrigation pump has been long in a primary source of irrigation because of their accessibility and ease of operation. However, the rising cost of fuel, increasing maintenance expenses, and environmental concerns have encouraged the adoption of alternative technologies such as solar-powered irrigation system. Solar-powered irrigation system has emerged as a sustainable solution by utilizing energy, reducing operation costs, and minimizing greenhouse gas emissions. Despite these advantages, there are limited local evidence comparing the actual performance of solar-powered and diesel-powered irrigation system in terms of rice production. Understanding the effectiveness of these two irrigation methods is essential to help the Farmers Irrigator Association and the government agency making for decision regarding future investment and irrigation management. This study was therefore conducted to compare the rice production of the farmer using diesel power and solar powered irrigation system in Barangay Dugang, Makato, Aklan. The findings are expected to provide valuable information that will support the sustainable agricultural development and improve irrigation practices in the community. For my first objective, describe the demographic profile of respondent to assess the rice production using diesel powered irrigation, to assess the rice production using solar powered irrigation, and to determine whether the significant differences exist in the rice production between the irrigation system. My research methodology, this study employed the quantitative descriptive research designed to compare the effect of diesel operated and solar powered irrigation pumps on crop production. Data were collected through questionnaires, interviews, and observation to describe the characteristic and performance of the irrigation system. The research was conducted in Barangay Dugang, Makato, Aklan, a rural agricultural community where the rice farming is the primary livelihood. The area utilized both diesel and solar-powered irrigation system, making the appropriate location for the study. The respondent consisted of 50 members of PP's Forum Fibers Irrigators Association, selected through total enumeration, ensuring that all association members participated in the research. The researcher made a questionnaire was used to a primary data collection instrument. It included respondent demographic profile and survey items measuring the effect of diesel power solar irrigation pumps and crop production, measuring using the 5-point Likert scale ranging the strongly disagree 1 and strongly agree 5. Another is to ensure the quality of the instrument. Quality was assessed through craft quality, while reliability was evaluated using the test method. Before the data collection, the researchers reviewed permission for the Irrigators Association, obtained informed consent from the respondent, and maintained the confidentiality throughout the study. The collected data were analyzed using the frequency and percentage distribution for the demographic information, weighted mean for the survey responses, and the t-squared test to determine the significance differences between the two irrigation systems. Statistical analysis were performed using the SPSS version 26 with the 0.05 level of significance. Finally, study adhered the ethical research principle to ensure voluntary participation, informed consent, confidentiality, objectivity, and accurate reporting of the findings. For the result, study found that the respondents were productively male, 84%, 54 years old and above, 54%, and married, 78%, indicating that the rice farming in the study area is largely managed by older, family-oriented farmers. Most respondents were high school graduates, 66%, suggesting they possess basic education, knowledge that can support farming practices. In terms of farming experiences, the majority had been engaged in farming for 10 years or more, reflecting extensive knowledge and experience in rice cultivation. Most respondents earned a monthly income of 10,000 to 19,000, or 56%, were the tenant farmers, 76%, and could have cultivated less than 1 hectare of farmland, 64%, indicating that there were primarily small-scale farmers with limited resources. Overall, the demographic profile showed that the respondents are experienced yet resource-constrained farmers, highlighting the importance of efficient and cost-effective irrigation technology to improve and support sustainable agricultural development. The results indicate that the diesel-powered irrigation system performed best during the wet cropping season, a weighted mean of 4.60 for the strongly agree, but its effectiveness declined during the dry season, weighted mean of 2.90 for the neutral, third cropping season of weighted mean of 2.20 for disagree, and especially during the El Nino, weighted mean of 1.5 or strongly disagree. With an overall weighted mean of 2.8 or neutral, the findings suggest that diesel-powered irrigation is effective only under the favorable weather conditions, but less reliable during periods of drought and water scarcity. In contrast, the solar-powered irrigation system received more favorable overall evaluation. That weighted mean of 3.44 were agreed. Farmers agreed that it provided food rice production during the wet cropping season, or weighted mean of 3.65, and the third cropping season of weighted mean of 3.85, while the performance during the dry season of weighted mean of 3.2 and the El Nino of weighted mean of 3.15 was rated as neutral. Overall, the findings indicate that the solar-powered irrigation system offers more consistent performance across the cropping season and has greater potential to support sustainable rice production and solar-powered irrigation system. Findings reveal that the significance rice production between the farmers using diesel-powered and solar-powered irrigation system. Farmers using solar-powered irrigation system obtain a higher average of rice yield, 95.6 kilograms per hectare, compared to those using diesel-powered irrigation of 86.4 kilograms per hectare. Statistically, analysis showed that the computed p-value of 3.39 this exceeded the critical value of 2.01. This is the p-value of 0.0014, indicating that the difference was significantly significant. As a result, the null hypothesis was rejected, confirming that the type of the irrigation system significantly affects the rice production. Overall, the results suggest that the solar-powered irrigation system provides better rice productivity. Diesel-powered irrigation system making them more effective and sustainable option for the farmers. The background of the third unit shows the range of socioeconomic circumstances, which suggest the difference of support and access to technology. Years of experience of educational background also point to variation of agricultural method and output level. Because solar-powered irrigation system ensured more frequent water application and less downtime, it helps increase rice yield. Despite their effectiveness, diesel pumps are frequently limited to fuel-related issues that could lower the frequency and effectiveness of the irrigation. Rice cultivation can be efficiently supported by solar-powered, diesel-powered system. However, it has logistically and financial limitations. It's been depends on farmer capacity to continue operating regularly. So my recommendation, farmers' profiles should be used to customize interventions and agricultural initiatives to provide fair access to innovation technologies and sustainable rice product farming practices. Training and financial assistance should be taken at age, land size, and income level to account. To increase productivity, governmental and non-governmental groups should support solar irrigation in rural regions to assist farmers to get most out of the system they choose. Training and effective irrigation scheduling and system maintenance should be needed. Support initiatives and emphasize technical trainings, preventive maintenance, and inexpensive fuel access to the diesel-powered should use be put into the place. The activity depends on the better management of irrigation until solar solutions are completely available. That's all.
Okay, thank you so much and congratulations, Sir Dailisan, for your study that offers practical insights into sustainable agriculture by comparing traditional and renewable energy irrigation system for improved productivity. Now let's move forward with the next presentation, Impact of Implementing the MIS in Improving the Municipal Service Delivery in Bangladesh, to be presented by Sir Tanjil Ahmed.
Assalamualaikum. Good noon to all. This is Tanjil Ahmed, currently working as an assistant professor at the Department of Public Administration and Governance Studies, Jatiyo Kavi Kazi Nazrul Islam University, Trishal, Mymensingh, Bangladesh. Today, I am going to present my paper entitled Impact of Implementing the MIS in Improving the Municipal Service Delivery in Bangladesh. First of all, I would like to give a special thanks to the Institute of Industry and Academic Research Incorporated for arranging 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research. So let's see the presentation outline. Due to time constraint, I am going to share only the brief introduction of the study, aim and objective of the study, theoretical and conceptual framework of the study, and research methodology. Finally, we'll share the major findings of the study with recommendations. So let's start. We know well that digital governance and good governance is essential for sustainable development, efficient service delivery, and public trust in local government institutions. In recent years, management information systems have emerged as a vital tool to enhance transparency, accountability, and administrative efficiency in municipal governance. From this point of view, I'm going to share the current number of municipal organizations in Bangladesh. We have seen that according to Local Government Division 2025, currently there are 330 municipal organizations exist in Bangladesh. But these municipal organizations faced severe issues in terms of providing public service delivery. Over the past few years, municipal organizations in Bangladesh suffered from administrative inefficiencies, lack of transparency, lack of accountability, poor citizen participation in decision making, and poor public service delivery. So from this point of view, improving governance is essential for fostering fair progress and emerging nations, since it directly affects economic performance and social result. Thereafter, management information system solutions study are crucial for performance evaluation in the organizations. This approach offers an essential framework for organizational heads and managers to make strategic decisions after evaluating credible and relevant data that is systematically processed. In the context of Bangladesh, the management information systems can assist municipal organizations in resolving some of the service obstacles to ensure the efficacy of service offered to citizens. From this perspective, the main objective of the study was to investigate the impact of implementing the MIS in improving the municipal service delivery in Bangladesh. And the particular research objectives were to identify the current status of using MIS in public service delivery of the municipal organizations, and to explore the impact of implementing the MIS to enhance the service delivery scheme of the selected municipalities in Bangladesh. And lastly, to investigate the challenges in implementing the MIS in the service delivery scheme of the selected municipalities in Bangladesh. So let's see the theoretical and conceptual framework. The study was conducted based on two theoretical aspects. One was technology acceptance model, another was good governance. Here, technology acceptance model usually applied for assessing the perceived usefulness of the service provider, perceived ease of use of the service provider, attitude of the service provider, and to know the behavior intention of service provider. These variables helps me to understand the actual system use of the management information system in the municipal organizations. On the other hand, good governance theory helps to develop the several variables based on the different indicators, including accountability, transparency, responsiveness, equitable and inclusiveness, efficiency and effectiveness, rule of law, and people's participation. However, based on these theories, the study developed the conceptual framework of the study. So let's see the conceptual framework. This is the conceptual framework, and here the dependent variable was governance effectiveness, and independent variables were technical infrastructure, staff training, staff capability, extent of MIS implementation, administrative process optimization, and the moderating variable was government policies. So let's see the research methodology. The study was conducted based on the positivist research philosophy. We have chosen this method because it prioritizes objectivity, empirical observation, and statistical analysis to investigate the relationship between the variables. And the research was conducted based on the quantitative approach. It allows the researcher in preparing descriptive statistics and inferential analysis, as well as get valid and reliable results from the data analysis. However, survey method was conducted to collect cross-sectional survey. In particular, probability sampling method was employed to conduct studies. Particularly, random cluster method and stratified random sampling method was applied to conduct the survey. However, on the basis of Z-score formula, data were collected from 396 respondents. And the study areas were different districts in Bangladesh, namely Mymensingh district, Jamalpur district, and Kishorganj district. And here is the sample size for survey. However, after collecting data were analyzed using descriptive statistics and frequency analysis using Microsoft Excel and SPSS software. So let's see the major findings of the study. The study present and analyzed data using univariate analysis. Bar chart, column chart, and pie chart were used to demonstrate the data. Specifically, descriptive statistics was employed to analyze the data. However, let's see the demographic profile of the respondent. Okay, in this table, we have seen that majority of the respondents belong to the age group 35 to 44, constitute 40.4% of the respondent, where majority of the respondents were male, indicating 83.8%. That indicates the gender imbalance, where majority of the service providers were male. On the other hand, it was found that majority of the respondents were frontline staff, and whereas we have found Majority of the respondents were experienced and they served more than 10 years, constituting 56.1%. This demographic profile indicates that most of the respondents were male and they were male service provider and they belong to the age group 35 to 44, indicate the experience of the service provider. Okay, let's see the first objective. The first objective was current status of using MIS in public service delivery at municipal services. The first objective investigate whether MIS is actively used in daily public service delivery. According to the field survey, it was found that almost 80% of the respondents articulate that MIS is actively used in daily public service operations in their organizations. And the second questions also investigate whether the relevant department integrated with the MIS systems. According to the field survey, it was found that majority of the respondents strongly agreed with the statement, and they articulate that all relevant departments are integrated with the MIS systems. The study also investigated whether employees regularly update and maintain data within the MIS platform. The findings reveal that 55.80% of the respondents strongly agreed that employees regularly update and maintain data within the MIS platform, whereas 19.90% respondents were agreed. However, a good number of percentage, indicating 20.20% of the respondents disagreed with this statement, and they articulate that employers do not regularly update and maintain data within the MIS platform. The study also investigated whether MIS is the primary source of decision making and planning in the service delivery. In this regard, findings reveal that 63.60% of the respondents strongly agreed that MIS is the primary source of decision making and planning in the service delivery. This finding indicates that most of the decisions were taken on the basis of MIS-based data. Finally, the study also investigated whether staff received sufficient training and capacity building programs on MIS users. In this regard, it was very surprising that most of the respondents disagreed in this statement. However, 24.50 respondents articulate that they do not receive sufficient training and capacity building programs on the MIS users. However, 42.4% of the respondents disagreed in this statement. However, only 25.5% respondents agreed that they received sufficient training and capacity building program on MIS users. However, the study also investigated the impact of MIS in enhancing public service delivery. In this regard, the study investigates whether the implementation of MIS has improved the overall efficiency of municipal service delivery. In this context, majority of the respondents, constructing almost 88% of the respondents, they articulate that the implementation of MIS has improved the overall efficiency of the municipal service delivery. Moreover, the study also investigates whether MIS has enabled quicker decision making in responding to service requests. These findings also suggest that almost 98% of the respondents agreed with this statement, and they articulate that MIS has enabled them to take quick decision making in responding to service requests. That means these findings suggest that most of the service providers are dependent on MIS-based data for quick decision making, and it has a positive impact on the municipal public service delivery. However, the study also investigates whether MIS has helped in better resource allocation and management for effective service delivery. The field survey revealed that almost 98% of the respondents agreed with this statement, and they said MIS has helped them in better resource allocation and management for effective public service delivery. However, the study also investigates the challenges behind implementing MIS in the municipal organization in Bangladesh. In this regard, the study investigates whether the lack of sufficient funding considered as a major barrier to implement MIS effectively. The findings suggest that most of the respondents, indicating 87.9% of the respondents, agreed and strongly agreed that lack of sufficient funding creates a barrier to implement MIS effectively. These findings suggest that municipal organizations are still suffer from funding crisis to implement MIS properly. The findings also investigate whether the resistance to change among employees makes it difficult to adopt MIS. These findings suggest that majority of the respondents disagreed and strongly disagreed with this statement, and they think that resistance to change doesn't affect to properly implement MIS in their organizations. The findings also investigate that whether MIS is struggling lack of skilled technical personnel to provide services. These findings show that almost 79% of the respondents articulate that shortage of skilled technical personnel drastically affect the proper implementation of management information system in public service delivery. These findings indicate that municipal organizations still suffer from skilled technical personnel. Moreover, the study also investigates whether insufficient training programs hinder the proper use of MIS. According to the field survey, majority of the service provider, indicating 92% of the respondents, articulate that insufficient training program drastically hinders the proper use of MIS. These findings suggest that municipal corporations should arrange some training program, train up the employee to provide MIS-based services to the citizens. The study also investigates whether internet connectivity and infrastructure limitations affect MIS implementations. In this regard, it was found that almost 60% of the respondents agreed with the statement that internet connection and poor infrastructure limits the MIS implementation and affects the MIS implementation drastically. So based on these findings, the researcher provides several recommendations to address the issues behind the implementation of MIS in municipal public service delivery. Number one, both municipalities and the government should enhance the budget for proper implementation of MIS in the public service delivery. Number two, municipal organizations should recruit skilled technical personnel to manage the MIS properly. Number three, municipal organizations should arrange sufficient MIS training program for all the staff and officers who perform in the municipalities. Number four, municipal organizations should ensure adequate internet connectivity and infrastructure to properly run the MIS-based services for the organization. And finally, to eliminate the issues behind the proper implementation of MIS, municipal organizations should eliminate the bureaucratic hurdles to speed up the MIS development and scaling. If these recommendations are implemented in the government policies, I strongly believe that municipal organizations will perform better and provide effective public service delivery to its citizens. These are some reference of the.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful study. So it demonstrates how information system can enhance efficiency, transparency, and the quality of public service delivery. And now let's move forward with the next presentation, Computerization of Emergency Response of the Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office, ACLAN, Impact on Work Performance, to be presented by Mary Jude Arboleda Sabino. Ma'am, please do the honor. We cannot hear you po. Can you share your screen, ma'am?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Mary Jude Arboleda Sabino, and my research paper is entitled Computerization of Emergency Response of the Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Office, ACLAN, Impact on their Work Performance. The Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office, ACLAN, has traditionally relied on manual processes for managing disaster response operations. These processes, though effective to some extent, are often slow and prone to human error, and lack efficiency needed in times of disasters and calamities. The need for rapid data collection, communication, and resource allocation is crucial during emergencies, but these manual systems hinder timely decision-making and coordination. It is also fragmented, making it difficult to track resources, personnel, and emergency vehicles accurately. By integrating the system, it aims to provide more accurate and up-to-date information, ultimately improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the PDRMO's disaster response efforts. This shift from manual to computerized systems will not only improve the operational capabilities, but also enhance the overall resilience of Aklan disaster management methodology research design. The study used the convenience sampling. The researchers selected 50 respondents that are employed in the PDRMO Aklan through its accessibility of respondents within the same work environment. Hence, the researcher can easily gather the data using the questionnaires. Methodology. The convenience sampling is a method where researchers use the first available data or participants that can easily access with. It means selecting the participants whenever it is convenient without setting strict requirements beforehand. In this approach, there are no specific criteria for who can participate. Hence, everyone who is available can take part of the study. For the respondents of the study were composed of 50 respondents that are employed in the Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office through its accessibility of respondents within the same work environment. As far as sampling is concerned, it was adapted so that the researcher can use the first data available or participants that can easily access with. For my data gathering instrument, this study used questionnaire that the researcher formulated based on the above statement of the problem. The questionnaire undergoes evaluation and validation by the research advisors and panels before distribution. The researcher also conducted interviews to identify respondents. The study used a self-formulated questionnaire checklist that was devised with the guidance of a thesis advisor and using the work of Clark as a reference. For administering the survey, the researcher personally oriented the respondents with comprehensive explanation of the study objective, significance to ensure their informed participation. For the data gathering procedure, the PDRMO staff respondents were also oriented on the purpose of the questionnaires and guided them on how to answer before administering it to them. After completion of the questionnaires, the researcher reviewed the completeness and correctness of the answers of the respondents. The researcher then summarized the responses, then tabulated to facilitate the interpretation of the data. For the results and discussions, demographic profile of the respondents for the Table 1.1 or the age of the respondents. Table 1.1 shows that the age of the respondents with the age range from 31 to 35 is the highest with a frequency of 13 or 26%, 11 or 22% are in the range of 26 to 30, both 9 or 18% are both from the age bracket of 25 and below, and 36 and 40 are the least number of the respondents are from the age bracket of 41 and above with a frequency of 8 or 16%. Majority of the respondents are in the age ranges between 31 to 35. This implies that the employees in the government are dominated by people who are matured enough and experienced in dealings in the office. For the results and discussions, demographic profile of the respondent, Table 1.2, it is shown in Table 1.2 that there are 37 or 74% of male and there are 13 or 26% are females, with no respondents choosing to withhold their gender, indicating an open and trusting culture at the Provincial Disaster Risk Reduction Management Office Aklan. This equitable representativeness improves the study's external validity, ensuring that the results are applicable to the inter-organizations as a whole, and emphasizes the contribution of greater gender diversity to increase creativity and final performance. Under Table 1.2, demographic profile of the respondents, majority of the respondents are male. This implies that offices in the government with implemented computerized systems are dominated by males. According to Cohen, occupational segregation in industries reveals that women continue to be represented in clerical, service, and professional occupations, while men tend to be represented in craft, operator, and labor jobs. This is supported by the assessment in the Philippine State of Human Relations in Public Service, which shows that the career service is filled with female employees at 60%, or 477,959 of 796,687 career service employees in the country. In Table 1.3, the civil status of the respondents, 31 or 62% of the respondents are married, while 19 or 38% are single. It implies that employees are less stressed and are highly satisfied with their jobs. Based on the findings of Olatunji and Mokolo, singles report a higher level of job stress than the married and invariably a lower level of satisfaction than their married counterpart. For results and discussions, demographic profile of the respondents, Table 1.4, educational attainment of the respondents. Table 1.4 reveals that the educational attainment of the respondents, there are 41 or 82% who are in college graduates, 9 or 18% has graduated in high school or vocational course, graduated, and 0 or 0% has taken master's degree or units. Majority of the respondents are bachelor's degree holders, and at the least of them are a high school vocational course graduate. This implies that respondents have higher earning power. Research by Greenstone and Looney states that on the average of the benefits of a 4-year college degree are equivalent to investment returns of 15.2% per year. Responsibility. Under Table 1.5, number of years in service. This is supported by a research completed by Muhammad and Masood, who noted that in order to perform assigned task or job, there are certain skills needed by office professionals in order to be able to handle the office equipment in the organization. These range from computer skills, internet insight, and basic technological operations, which is younger employees possessed. Sanjay 2018 further added that for any worker to be qualified as an office professional, they should acquire office skills which include form design, computer operations and application, and basic office skills operation, and continuous learning of the new packages and operation on new technological tools in help such worker for the relevant organization. Under Table 1.6, monthly income of the respondents. Table 1.6 presents the basic monthly salary income of the respondents. The income ranges from 10,000 below, has frequency of 22 or 44%, 18 or 36% have income of between 10,000 and 1 to 15,000, 8 or 16% earning 25,001 and above, and both 1 or 2% for the 15,001 to 20,000, and 20,000 to 25,000 monthly income respectively.
Excuse
Results
me,
and
ma'am,
discussion.
you only have 2 minutes left. Please wrap it up. Thank you.
As occasionally. Lack of the fact that budget in the government offices is just enough for salaries and expenses. These are limited resources for maintaining, upgrading, computerization of emergency response. With 3.94 weighted mean. And punctuality, performance of employees are easily monitored, having a weighted mean of 3-point-something. For the results and discussion, the result for this particular section, in which the overall response was ugly, with a general weighted mean of 3.89%, implies that the efficiency level of the employee is more enhanced in the operation of office automation, which in turn improves the job performance of the employee. The results in the study of Muhammad and Masood indicates that the implementation of computerization through office automations and information technology system is positively correlated with the increase of employees' efficiency level. This was supported by the study of Barakat, whose findings indicate that the more employee is exposed to office automation, the more he is able to gain and improve skills, which can lead to increased work productivity. The following summary of findings were obtained. Majority of respondents are male and in the middle age, married. Findings. As to the problems encountered by the government employees, Finding shows that knowledge gap or traditional staff members have a hard time adjusting to new technology. Thus, preventing them to use it efficiently is the most serious problem in the office. The next most serious is vulnerability or central data cores. Concentrate information. If hardware or software problems destroy the data, the organization needs to clear recovery procedures and adequate personnel support. Findings number 3. The third most serious problem in maintaining a database becomes a difficulty because of extensive planning and expensive costs. The fact that there is no proper training of employees on the use of computerization of emergency response, the next problem that needs to be addressed is the budget allotted for the maintenance of the computer that are used everyday transaction. Conclusion. Based on the aforementioned data, the following conclusions were deduced. Number 1, findings suggest that most of the respondents are newly hired employees, posing the need for more capacity buildings, trainings, and seminars for them to be able to be equipped for the job that they perform. A lot of problems were encountered by the respondents in the computerization of emergency response for reasons that the employees are hesitant and do not have proper training to handle such problems. These problems were not immediately addressed by the unit heads and no proper action has been made.
All right. Thank you so much, Mom. Sorry for cutting you off, but we are almost at time, more than 10 minutes. Thank you for the wonderful study. And it is very important with the emphasis on the role of technology in strengthening emergency response operations and improving the organizational performance. And now let's proceed to the last but not the least presentation, Impact of National Irrigation Administration System on Agricultural Productivity in Calibo, Aklan, to be presented by Mr. Marfred Carillo.
Everyone, I am Marfred Carillo, Senior Engineer of National Irrigation Administration. Everyone, I am Marfred Carillo, Senior Engineer of National Irrigation Administration. Water-based irrigation management. The research started is in part of National Irrigation Administration System, agricultural productivity in the Aklan. Agriculture is a vital sector of the economy, providing employment, food security, and livelihoods to millions of Filipinos. Reliable irrigation is essential for increasing the productivity of major crops. However, farmers continue to face challenges such as inadequate irrigation systems, unpredictable rainfall, and aging infrastructure. National Irrigation Administration, NIA, plays a key role in addressing the challenges by developing and managing irrigation systems. This study evaluates the effectiveness of the NIA irrigation system in Calibo, Aklan, and its agricultural productivity. The findings aim to provide insights that can help improve irrigation management, enhance farmers' productivity, and support sustainable agricultural development. Research objectives describe the demographic profile of the respondents, determine the level of implementation of the National Irrigation Administration System on agricultural productivity in Calibo, Aklan. Determine the level of complexity of the National Irrigation Administration System on agricultural productivity in Calibo, Aklan. Determine whether there is a significant difference in the perceived level of implementation of the National Irrigation Administration System on agricultural productivity in Calibo, Aklan when respondents are grouped according to their demographic profile. Research methodology. This study employed a quantitative descriptive research design to evaluate the implementation and complexity of the National Irrigation Administration System and its impact on agricultural productivity in Calibo, Aklan. A structured questionnaire was used to collect quantitative data, enabling the researchers to objectively assess farmers' perceptions of the irrigation system in terms of farming practices, socio-cultural norms, environmental conditions, accessibility, operation and maintenance, and irrigation fees. Study was conducted in Calibo, Aklan where agriculture is a major source of livelihood in media-managed irrigation systems. Support crop production. The respondents consisted of 70 irrigators association board of directors selected through total enumeration. Collected data were analyzed using frequency, percentage, and weighted mean to describe the respondents' demographic profile and determine the levels of implementation and complexity of the media system. The findings serve as the basis for evaluating the effectiveness of the irrigation system and for developing recommendations to improve irrigation services and agricultural productivity in Calibo, Aklan. The demographic profile of farmers in Calibo, Aklan shows that most are male, 75%, with women making up to 25% of respondents. The majority are in their productive years, with few older farmers remaining active. Over a third are college graduates, indicating a highly educated farming community. Findings reveal that the NIA system has helped farmers in Calibo expand their farmland and plant more regularly. Yet many have not seen improvements in their harvest. Irrigation-based farming is widely accepted, but local leaders are not strongly promoting participation in NIA activities, which may affect project sustainability. Farmers are only moderately satisfied with the irrigation system's ability to adapt to climate conditions, and most believe that environmental impacts are not adequately considered. Overall, while NIA has increased farming activity and acceptance, operational and environmental challenges persist. Greater technical support, leadership involvement, and stronger environmental focus are needed for the NIA's full benefits to be real. Findings show that many farmers in Calibo are not fully aware of NIA procedures, and most perceive the process of requesting irrigation as neither simple nor overly complicated, pointing to moderate system complexity. There is a strong consensus that a lack of technical knowledge limits effective maintenance, while access to training remains insufficient by high willingness for community involvement. Farmers generally find the cost of irrigation services affordable, but express strong dissatisfaction with the transparency and clarity of the payment process. Findings reveal that farmers' perception of NIA system implementation differs significantly by educational attainment and years of farming experience. No significant difference was observed based on sex or age, suggesting broad agreement with these groups. Knowledge and experience are the primary factors shaping views on NIA effectiveness. This underscores the need for targeted training and communication tailored to farmers' diverse backgrounds. Inclusive strategies that consider these differences are essential to enhance NIA's impact on Calibo, Aklan. Most farmers in Calibo, Aklan are male, with women representing a smaller yet notable portion of the community. The majority are in their productive adult years and possess higher educational attainment, as over a third are college graduates. While many have less than 5 years of experience, there is a mix of new and seasoned farmers, emphasizing the need for inclusive programs, knowledge sharing, and capacity building under the NIA system. The NIA system has enabled farmers to expand land use and increase planting frequency, though improvements in harvest yields are limited. While irrigation-based farming is the norm, limited promotion by local leaders and concerns about environmental engagement affect the program's long-term success. Addressing operational gaps, leadership engagement, and environmental safeguards is essential for maximizing the system's impact. Many farmers are not fully aware of NIA procedures and find the process of accessing irrigation to be moderately complex. Limited training and technical knowledge are seen as key barriers to effective maintenance, even as community involvement is high. Although irrigation fees are generally affordable, dissatisfaction with payment transparency and clarity remains a concern. Significant differences in perceptions of NIA effectiveness exist based on farmers' educational attainment and years of experience. In contrast, sex and age show significant influence, reflecting broad consensus within this group. Targeted training, improved communication, and inclusive strategies that consider farmers' backgrounds are vital for enhancing the success of the NIA system in Calibo. On the recommendation, to address the diverse needs of Calibo's farming community, the NIA should develop and implement inclusive programs that cater to both new and experienced farmers, with particular attention to women and underrepresented groups. Knowledge sharing, regular training, and capacity building initiatives must be enhanced to ensure that all farmers, regardless of experience or gender, are equipped to participate fully and benefit from irrigation programs. Policies should promote gender sensitivity and generational mentorship, enabling the transfer of both technical knowledge and traditional best practices within the community. It is essential for local leaders to take a more proactive role in promoting and supporting irrigation-based farming activities. They should facilitate participatory decision-making and serve as advocates for environmental sectors, bridging the gap between NIA initiatives and farmers' everyday realities. Efforts should focus on raising awareness about the importance of sustainable irrigation, coordinating community action, and ensuring that environmental impacts are considered and addressed in all local projects. Extension services must prioritize clear communication and hands-on technical training for farmers, simplifying the process of accessing media services and maintaining irrigation systems. Training should be tailored to different educational levels and farming experiences, ensuring that complex procedures are made accessible and practical for everyone. Regular refresher courses and community-based workshops will help build local expertise, increase confidence in system operation, and foster peer-to-peer learning. Farmer organizations should encourage knowledge exchange among their members, pairing seasoned farmers with newcomers to facilitate mentorship and skill transfer. They should also actively participate in local planning and feedback processes to ensure their needs and concerns are communicated to the media and local government. That will be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And now, due to time constraints, we cannot be able to entertain questions and comments. And at this moment, we are requested to go back to the main room. Thank you so much. And congratulations.
Welcome back, everyone. I am delighted to see all of you once again as we reconvene in our plenary session following the parallel research presentations. I hope you had a meaningful and enriching experience in your respective research tracks. You have just witnessed the culmination of inquiry, analysis, and scholarly dedication from researchers representing diverse disciplines and your institutions. Allow me to ask, how was your experience? I would like to invite everyone to use the Zoom reaction emojis to share your experience during the parallel research sessions. May I see thumbs up if you gained new knowledge and insights? Clap if you discovered innovative research approaches or methodologies that you can apply in your own studies. And heart if a presentation inspired or motivated you to conduct more research in the future. And lastly, celebrate if you found the sessions highly engaging and valuable to your professional growth. I see a lot of emojis even without the 3, 2, 1. Wow, it's wonderful to see your different reactions. And these responses show that learning has indeed taken place and that our researchers have successfully shared knowledge that can inspire future studies and collaboration. Thank you for your active participation. Your enthusiasm and engagement reminds us that research is not only about generating knowledge, but also inspiring others to continue exploring, discovering, and innovating. So let's carry that energy with us as we continue with the next part of our program. Just when we thought that our third session speaker would no longer be possible due to the challenges posed by the time difference, we are delighted to share some wonderful news. Through the spirit of research, dedication, and commitment to knowledge sharing, our third keynote speaker found a way to be with us today. Despite the scheduling challenges and geographical distance, he chose not to let this opportunity pass without connecting with our conference participants and contributing to this meaningful gathering of scholars and researchers. To complete the rich learning experience that this conference aims to provide, let us take this opportunity to pause, listen, and learn from one more distinguished expert before we proceed to the final part of our program. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us once again open our minds to new insights and perspectives as we welcome our third keynote speaker. So, our last keynote speaker is a distinguished educational technologist, researcher, and academic currently serving as Lecturer 1 in Educational Technology at Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, River State, Nigeria. He earned his Bachelor of Education in Physics, followed by a Master of Education in Educational Technology with distinction and a Doctor of Philosophy and Educational Technology with distinction from the University of Port Harcourt. His doctoral research focused on the impacts of video conferencing platforms on students, digital readiness, academic performance, and interest in computer science, reflecting his commitment to advancing technology, enhanced teaching, and learning. His research expertise spans educational technology, digital learning, STEM education, learning management systems, artificial intelligence in education, instructional design, online learning, and multidisciplinary research. His scholarly contribution have resulted in numerous publications, book chapters, and conference presentations that address innovative pedagogies, digital transformation, educational leadership, and emerging technologies in education. A passionate advocate for research excellence and international collaboration, he actively contributes to the global academic community as a reviewer and editorial board member for international journals and as a member of several professional organizations, including the Association for Educational Communication and Technology, the World Council for Curriculum and Instruction, and Educational Media and Technology Association of Nigeria. His work continues to bridge research, technology, and educational practice, empowering educators to harness innovative digital solutions that enhance teaching, learning, and research worldwide. Please join me in warmly welcoming our last keynote speaker, Dr. Uchechukwu Amadi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you so much. I want to sincerely apologize for starting this session very late. I lost track of time. Thank you so much. Okay. May I share my screen now? Okay. Can you see my screen now?
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen now.
Okay.
You may
Oh,
start.
okay, thank you so much. Okay, all right. Okay, so I want to start from the words of Arvin Toffler, okay, who says that the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, but those who cannot learn or learn and relearn. So in education, learning is practically what we have to do for the rest of our life. So I think anybody here, okay, has that intention to continue to learn, for the rest of their life, and that's what academics what we breathe, and then it keeps us going, and then trying to look at new horizons that we need to um conquer as academics. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so I'll be talking on the topic from chalkboard to chatbot, reimagining the classroom for the AI generation. Now, one of the hardest hit part of the human endeavor is the educational environment or the academics or the classroom. All the disruptions that happened in recent time has affected um, education in a much higher way, that anyone could imagine. And then it has happened to it such that in such a way that it has not happened to any other field of human endeavor. Now we could start from tracing back, to the printing press, which was actually invented in the 15th century. That was now sound like a lot of innovation then. It was like it has a wow factor, and we fair to have seen it all. But over time, it continues to change. From the printing press to which formalized education or formalized schooling to the textbook. Then from the textbook to had the blackboard. And then the blackboard was part of the industrial era, then which most likely, unified education kind of, to the early 1960s or 1990s rather, where we have the Web 2 and Web 1 and Web 2, and then the learning management systems, the massive open and online education, then the digital content delivery. Now, in our present age, we've gotten to this level where we now have the artificial intelligence, and then this is this is like the biggest of it all, in terms of whatever education has experienced in the past few centuries. Now it will say that a few years ago, that every day or every minute over 300 and sorry, over 3,600 worth of articles or information is uploaded on the internet on different fields, but that number is quite small compared to what is now done in the use of AI. So AI has changed a whole lot for us. It has changed how we learn, it has changed how we get information, it has changed how we assess, and it has impacted our lives as educators and as learners. Now, let's look at the AI inflection point. Excuse me. So education was always or has always been seen as the mirror of its era, but today we stand at a turning point, arguably more disruptive than the printing press on the internet. Now we move from the era of knowledge scarcity to an era of abundance of information, practically in every field, at the click of at shortest click, because of artificial intelligence. Now, why do we need AI in education, or why is artificial intelligence important in education? First, we look at these critical statistics. AI is refreshing knowledge or shaping knowledge rather, or shaping how knowledge works globally. Now it is said that generative AI, which is the most popular part of the artificial intelligence, has a market projection reaching over 1.3 trillion dollars by 2032. Now that's just a few years away from now. And then look at the projection AI has in its stock in the market, then in terms of usage, usability of this AI tools, AI tool like ChatGPT, I was able to reach over 100 million users in these first 2 months. you know. So that shows you what AI is capable of doing or what it can do. That's the capacity it has. So in 2 months, over 100 million users were able to sign up to ChatGPT alone. Now, AI is a natural frontier when it comes to academia. Because this is what it wasn't really what AI was actually designed to do, but it has found its place in academics, and then it's like this is its natural setting, this is its natural habitat where it can function properly. Now, research writing, data analytics, and teaching information intensive. These are areas that need a lot of information, a lot of research, a lot of flipping the pages of book, a lot of web search, a lot of all of that. But AI is making it gradually easy, for academia and for students. Now, why AI is important in education? Now, look at the kind of students we have. We have about 86% of students who use AI for their studies. And out of this 86%, 24% use it daily, and then 54% of them use this weekly, and it is actually in the smart gadget, the mobile phone, so it's easily accessible, to actually get information even on the go. And in this era where students have um, access to internet and this AI, so we as academia, we as teachers, we need to upgrade to that level where we can match on or match up with whatever they are having, And then it is also said that 66% of higher education institutions have a wide range of AI adoption since 2025. Now, AI is no longer an experimentation, it is now an academic infrastructure. And the another projection is saying that in the next few years, AI will increase, or AI is expected to increase, by 8% of its use. So AI for us now is no longer an option. It is now an integral modern part of scholarship. Now, so let's look at the current landscape of AI, or what it can do, the possibilities available on the AI, shifting the classroom from the traditional way of teaching in the class and writing on the board, to a more advanced way of learning where everything is virtual and everything is just a click away. Now, first of all, is the intelligence tutoring. Now, this is an AI-driven educational platform designed to provide personalized one-on-one instruction to learners. So AI has made this part, you know, very possible. In the past, okay, there are some things that couldn't be possible, but AI has made it even easier, not just possible, easier to use. Now, one-on-one or personalized learning is actually a very important part of education, and then using AI tools like Camingos can stimulate a one-on-one human tutoring and feedback. So teachers can leverage on the use of this intelligent tutoring platform, AI platform, to teach, and then get instant feedback from students. Now we can also use normal generative AI, which everybody now uses, and which is also often called the Gen AI, that can create original content such as text, images, video, audio, software code in response to a user's prompt or request. Now, large language models functioning is available, can be as can serve as they are, in fact, they're always there, that it can just be at the click of buttons, you get all of this. For me, as a programmer, I write code. So oftentimes, I do not need to think through a whole lot of things, to get my code done. I can just go to any of the chat buttons, okay, give it the right prompt, and then it produces results, of what I actually want to do. So all I need to do is just to manually scan through my code, dictate the errors, and make a few changes to it. So before this part is actually very tedious because you have to do it manually, and it takes a whole lot to do that. But with the AI, it is now a lot easier to do that. Now, we also have adaptive platforms. These are digital systems that use artificial intelligence and real-time data analytics to dynamically adjust content, pacing, and difficulty to match an individual's real behavior. So now, in your classroom, you have different learners with different learning styles. So using adaptive platform, it can actually help you, okay, to adjust your learning content, which is very important, okay, to your learners' need and pace, and then the learner's learning behavior. So these are possible, with the use of adaptive AI platforms. Now, we'll also look at learning analytics. This is a measurement, collection and data analysis, and the reporting of data software. And then it can help you to analyze the data of a learner and their context. Now, its purpose is to understand and optimize learning environment, personalize education experience, and improve academic outcomes by identifying struggling students daily. Now, if as teachers, you understand that identifying student struggle and helping them to improve, it's one of the biggest challenges as teachers, and then with the use of this learning analytics, it can help you to identify the areas learners are struggling, and then how to help them improve. I'll be a bit faster now. Now, the next item I want us to look at is the augmented reality and virtual reality, which I think is the best part of the AI revolution we have in the world today. These tools are immersive technologies. They are used basically, okay, to simulate real life situations, could be in virtual ways. For instance, my part of the world here in Nigeria, I can actually want to go to the mangrove, you know, probably because I might not have the time, resources to do all of that, but I can use virtual reality to teach my students what the different um, environment we have in Nigeria here, and every other part of the world. Recently, I was trying to go through um, the uh, the Vatican. I didn't have to go to Rome or Vatican City, so all I needed to do was just to go through um, uh, on the online resources available, and I was able to go see everything I needed to see in that area. So these are the possibilities that AI is trying to bring to us. Now, we also have the automated assessment. This is used um, to grade and evaluate learners and provide instant feedback on student performance in real time. So oftentimes I've used tools like Google Classroom, the forms, all of that to do all of this. But the AI version of it is a lot faster and a lot easier for me to do that. Now, if you look at the evidence of impact of AI impact, there are numerous. The first thing is the tutoring system. It makes learning. It makes us as teachers to tailor our learning, our learning or teaching practice, easier. Then it also has the capacity to enhance students' grades and then provide deeper understanding of concepts, especially difficult concepts. Now, another thing it also does is it helps AI. This AI to help students with disability or with multilingual or for multilingual learners, have real-time translation, of whatever you want to teach them. So the tools like text to speech, other visual impairment support also help us to assist learners with learning disability. All of these are possible with the use of artificial intelligence. Then um, this part is the part I actually like a lot, makes grading level content accessible to more learners. So this is a part where the AI has been done very, very well, helping learners or helping teachers, okay, for their grading, and then providing instant feedback, to the learners, and they see whatever you're doing with them in real time, and then they can able to access them also, and then know where they are. And with this, it can help teachers, to provide or to provide solutions, that meet the learner's need. Okay, now let's look at the transformative integration of AI. Now we must move up the hierarchy to the redefinition, in order to unlock the true potentials of AI. Now, how do we do that? Now, the first one is what I term substitution. Um, AI replaces a simple web search. I know that oftentimes I don't need to go to any web browser to start searching a thing. I could just possibly go to any of my AI tool and search, and get put the right prompt, and I get the answers I'm looking for. Instead of having to search through different web browsers. Then the other one I think AI is also very good at is augmentation. AI provides real-time grammar and argument feedback. All AI is like an augmentation to our human reasoning. So it helps us to get everything you want to do, any academic venture you want to venture into, it helps to augment that part. It helps you to get another advantage to whatever I think is your limitation. It adds to it, and gives you the accurate answers that you desire. Then what modification? Tasks are designed, for AI human collaboration. So now people are now, or scientists, or everybody in the educators are trying to modify tasks, so that it can be a collaborative partnership between human and these AI tools. Then redefinition, creating learning experiences that were previously inconceivable. You know, like I said, I wanted to talk to students about how the Vatican City works, or how the areas of the library of the Vatican City, that would have prepared me, trying to get chat, all of that to experience, I mean, to make the student experience that, but I didn't have to do all of that anymore. All I need to do is to have the AI tool that can project how the Vatican City, or how the buildings are made, or whatever is made that I wanted to show to my student. Then it was easier for me to do that. Yeah. Okay. So another important part is the human AI collaboration in the classroom. So it has a tripartite dynamics. Now, the first thing is the teacher. So it is about the teacher, AI, and the student. Now, the teacher, which is the focus, teacher focuses on mentoring, mentoring of students on how these work, then the ethics of using these tools, and then critical questioning. So most of us have heard about the term cognitive surrender, which is where we allow AI or these tools to think for us. And then for students, it's actually easy for them to do that, and then they forget the part of critical reasoning, and they evaluate most of these tools. So it is the teacher's duty to mentor students on how to use these tools, and then the ethics of using these tools, then and how to question the content or information generated from these tools. Now, the AI itself, so that's part of the teacher. Teacher focus on mentoring, ethics, and critical questioning. Then for the AI handles practice, exercise, and data monitoring. So this is part of AI. AI generates the content for you using when you put the right prompt. So that's what it does for both the teachers and the learners. Now on the part of the student, you still have to develop mental cognition while maintaining intellectual ownership. So you need to actually understand how the AI works, and know that in as much as AI supports our learning, it is also the part of it is also incumbent on the student, to maintain intellectual ownership of their learning. Okay, so I want us to look at the priorities for effective AI integration. So I will rush this part. So the first part is AI ethics and bias. It should be given top priority for professional development. For any teacher who wants to indulge in any professional development now, learning new things, you should focus on um, AI ethics and biases. Because we are in the era where the students are always always have access to these tools, have access to these platforms. So we need to give the AI ethics and bias top priority so that we can respond to the needs of these students. Now, prompt engineering, also priority. So this area should be given high priority. You know, so you need to know the right prompt. You need to know the right question to ask the AI tools. To get maximum result and maximum and good answers or good responses from the tools. Now, data privacy literacy. Um, this I also think that this should be given high priority. So from my own observation, I think it should be from moderate to high priority area for teacher development. So you need to know the data you give out to this platform. You need to know the information you give out to them. So if you're able to understand this part, so you can also translate them to your students. Now, curriculum redesign, moderate priority area for professional development. So you have to find it. Who as educators have to find a way, to redesign our curriculum to meet the needs or the AI needs of our society. Okay. So let's look at the ethical and responsible use of AI. So these are the key issues, and then you have the pillars and principles. So the first thing I want us to look at is authorship. Yeah. AI tools should not be listed as authors. So I know some journals recently started allowing that, so you have to declare some you can co-author with AI. But personally, I think AI tools shouldn't be listed as authors. We still have to maintain the human part of every academic endeavor. So the authorship should be left for humans. Instead of bringing AI as authors. Then plagiarism, AI generated text must be properly cited or disclosed. So it is said that about 40.5% of researchers do not acknowledge this part or the areas used from AI. So this is wrong. So I think it is an academic fraud to do that. So you have to disclose, the part generated from AI, and then cite and disclose properly. Then bias. AI models reflect training data biases. Scholars or teachers, educators must critically evaluate the output. So AI gives you information based on what is stored in this database. It gives you information based on what is already in the database. So we as educators, we need to know that these biases exist, and then we should be able to critically evaluate the output to get from these platforms. Then look at privacy. So avoid uploading sensitive or unpublished data to the public AI tool. Because other people, if you publish, look at the danger. If these things are uploaded on any platform, the AI platform saves them. So when people ask for such data or such information, it generates the to upload it to them. So if it is not verifiable, if data you're uploading on the internet is not well researched, not the accurate information, AI brings that as an article for somebody searching for that information. So it is very important to upload good data, and then avoid uploading sensitive or unpublished data. Then transparency. Look at disclose AI use a method on acknowledgement. So you can disclose. Then the human authors remain responsible. So that's for accountability. So you know that when AI hallucinates and it gives it's on the author of such information to verify if this information generated is actually okay. So that's the responsibility of the author. Then critical engagement, treat AI as a consultant, not as an oracle. So it's like you're going to AI to consult for information or consult for a team. So it's also left for you to verify, to sieve the information, to go through them, and then make informed decision based on the accuracy of the information you're getting, from making other findings to coupled with what you got from this platform, this AI platform. The integrity, check for hallucination. 50% of students cite this as their top concern. So oftentimes we know that AI hallucinates. Even AI itself, oftentimes when you don't use the right font, it brings out article for you. So when you ask again, you can say, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that this wasn't this wasn't this what you meant. So hallucination also often comes from two parts, the method of questioning AI, the prompt you gave the AI, So if you don't give that correct prompt, AI might generate or might bring information that might not actually be correct, Then again, it's also the data already stored in the AI system on their platform. So if data that are not correct or information that are not correct are uploaded there, AI saves them, and then when such information are demanded, it generates what is already stored there, because AI does not have its own system. It just goes through databases of different platforms and then generates data for you based on what it has found in those platforms. So it is very important, okay, for us to check for AI hallucination in our content. Okay, so let's look at the challenges of AIPT. AI educational benefits risk being unevenly distributed further, widening the existing inequalities. So this is a very major challenge. Now, this ranges from connectivity disparity, to language barriers, to algorithm bias, then to what I feel that is very paramount now, cognitive surrender. So I want to talk mainly on cognitive surrender, which is the critical acceptance of artificial intelligence output in place of humans' own independent reasoning. Now this is a very important part. So whatever you want to do, whatever prompt, whatever information you want to do, whatever research you want to do, so it's important for you not to rely totally on AI. So you have to make your own human um, research. Look at look at books, look at other sources. Do not depend totally on this artificial intelligence, and then don't hand it over to it. Have your own critical reasoning of actions, of event, of information, of a thing. It gives you that freedom, to now confident to know, okay, I actually consulted AI to do this, but this is the part I did for this information, and then I now know that this information is accurate. So when we now leave everything to AI, it's not taking away our human critical reasoning of such actions, which I think is very important. Now, you look at future ready digital skills, for scholars in this AI era. So the first thing is AI literacy. This is very important. Understanding how AI works and its limitations. So it is important for us as educators, as teachers, as students, as co-creators of knowledge, to know that AI literacy, is very important. So it's for us to understand how it works and then know the limitations of AI. Then prompt engineering. Um, this is actually okay for you to have a successful use of the AI. You need to learn how to craft effective prompts for better output. Very important. Then data privacy, like I mentioned earlier, interpreting AI generated analysis critically. This is a big barrier. So you need to know if you need to know the accuracy of the output generated from AI platforms. Then ethical judgment, knowing when and how to use the AI responsibly. So it is very important. Even AI can tell, okay, I cannot go to this area. So you need to know the responsible use of artificial intelligence in the 21st century. Then workflow design. My workflow, like I say, blending search to thinking, create, verify. So this how it works. You blend your searches by using the right prompt, then you think, or the AI think for you, then you also have to create and then verify the information that is okay. Then implication for curriculum, integrating AI tools into assignments. Teachers, I will teach students to critique AI tool rather. Then this includes AI ethics and research methods. So before I conclude this, I'll have to share a very simple analogy or experience I had recently. So I discovered that a few years ago, I give my students an assignment, and then when they turn these assignments back to me, I discovered that the words were very perfect. Everything was perfect, and then the languages, the statements we are looking at, like, So I was imagining, can students actually have this level of similarity when it comes to return assignment? So that was why I had to start looking for AI tools to test. So when I tested, I saw that most of these things were actually gotten from the AI. So I now let my students know that I support the use of AI, but know that AI is not necessarily a tool that can just generate information for you totally, or it's a tool that can complement what and help you to get proper results. So conclusively, AI will not replace educators, it will not, but it will irreversibly transform what education demands of teachers. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amadi, for that insightful and inspiring keynote address. Your chalkboard to chatbot statement highlighted the transformative power of educational technology and its role in shaping the future of teaching, learning, and research. We gained valuable perspectives that digital innovation, specifically AI, is no longer optional and can be leveraged to create more engaging, accessible, and effective educational experience. And you reminded us that technology is most impactful when it enhances human potential, supports lifelong learning, and responds to the evolving needs of education. The future education is not about replacing teachers with technology, but empowering teachers and learners through technology. On behalf of IARI and ICMIAR and all participants joining us from around the globe, we extend our sincere gratitude for sharing your knowledge and expertise with us today. Once again, may I request a virtual round of applause for our distinguished keynote speaker.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, as we move forward, we have now arrived at the awarding and closing program of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research 2026. As we reflect on today's conference, we celebrate a remarkable gathering of scholars united by a shared commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering innovation, and strengthening international academic collaboration. Throughout the day, a very long day, we had the privilege of learning from distinguished keynote speakers who enriched our understanding of critical issues shaping contemporary research and practice. Their insightful presentations explored themes related to how to become an equipped and fulfilled researcher, artificial intelligence, digital transformation, and the future of research in an increasingly interconnected world. Beyond the keynote addresses, the conference served as a vibrant platform for scholarly exchange through our plenary and parallel research session. Today, in a total of 26 research papers presented across the different fields, and this presentation showcased the diversity, creativity, and rigor of research being conducted by scholars from different institutions and countries. More importantly, today's conference has demonstrated that research is not confined by discipline, institutions, or national boundaries. Rather, it thrives through collaboration, dialogue, and collective pursuit of solutions to complex challenges facing our communities and societies. As we proceed with the awarding and closing program, let us take this opportunity to recognize the outstanding contributions of our presenters and celebrate the achievements of all participants who made this conference meaningful and successful. As we go along to the recognition of these researchers, it is fitting that we first acknowledge the individuals and institutions whose support and dedication have contributed to the success of this conference. To deliver the words of thanks, it is my pleasure to invite our conference manager from the CSTC College of Sciences, Technology, and Communications Incorporated, Dr. Angela J. Nieva Los Tañas.
Okay, thank you so much, Mary Jane Escarandang. And to our distinguished keynote speakers, respected researchers, esteemed presenters, honored guests, and participants joining us from different parts of the world through Zoom as we come to the close of this international conference on multidisciplinary industry and academic research. I would like to express my deepest gratitude on behalf of the entire organizing committee, the Institute of Industry and Academic Research Incorporated, and all our hardworking conference team. Although we may have been separated by distance, today's gathering has proven that the pursuit of knowledge knows no boundaries. It became a vibrant community of minds united by curiosity, collaboration, and a shared commitment to advancing knowledge. Your presence, active participation, and meaningful contributions have transformed this virtual platform into a space where ideas were shared, collaborations were formed, and a global community of scholars came together with one common purpose. And that is to create knowledge that makes a difference. So, to every researcher and presenter, thank you so much for entrusting us with your hard work and for sharing the fruits of your dedication, perseverance, and passion. And behind every paper presented is a story of countless hours of inquiry, moments of uncertainty, and unwavering belief that research has the power to improve lives and shape our future. Your contributions have reminded us that the greatest breakthroughs are often born with disciplines come together, when perspectives are exchanged with respect, and when knowledge is shared generously. We also extend our heartfelt appreciation to our session chairs, reviewers, moderators, and every participant whose questions, insights, and the enthusiasm enrich every conversation throughout this conference. So, as we part ways today, may this not be the end of our collaboration, but the beginning of stronger partnerships, new ideas, and lasting friendships that transcend institutions, professions, and borders. Let us carry forward the inspiration we have found and continue to champion research that creates meaningful impact for our communities and the world. Once again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you for your trust, your excellence, and your invaluable contributions to the success of this conference. We wish you continued success in your research journey, safe days ahead wherever you are in the world, and we sincerely hope to welcome you again at our future conferences. Until then, keep discovering, keep collaborating, and keep making a meaningful impact through research. Thank you and have a wonderful day and night, everyone.
Thank you very much, Doc A. See you in a while for your heartfelt message of appreciation. Your words remind us that the success of an international conference is made possible through the collective efforts of dedicated individuals who work behind the scenes to ensure a meaningful and enriching experience for all participants. We are same here truly grateful for your leadership and commitment in helping this conference a success. And this is it. And we are going now to recognize the people behind who played a vital role in maintaining the quality and rigor and integrity of our academic sessions. At this time, we would like to recognize our esteemed session chairs and evaluators for their expertise, professionalism, and dedication who have been invaluable in facilitating discussions, evaluating research presentations, and upholding the standards of scholarly excellence throughout the conference. Please be informed that your e-certificates will be sent to your registered email and addresses after the conference. Let us start with, let me read the citation, 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research, Certificate of Recognition is awarded to for sharing knowledge and expertise as session chair and moderator of the 7th ICMIAR 2026, exemplifying the true values of dedicated service and leadership. The role supports the Institute's commitment to quality conferences and events. Given this 31st day of July 2026 in Candelaria, Quezon, Philippines, signed by the Director, Conference and Events, Dr. Kari Justin P. Estrellado, and the President of IARI, Dr. Rodrigo M. Velasco. Certificate of Recognition is given to Dr. Jeda B. Quino Hustol from Tagoloan Community College. And next, same citation, Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Suhata Balakrishna of Nilay University. Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Maria Aurora G. Victoriano of Capiz State University. And Certificate of Recognition is given to Dr. Nestor L. Lasala Jr. of Sorsogon State University. Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Almir Shabir of Gulf College. Okay, thank you very much. At this juncture, we will not end our session by not having this relevant activity, which is known as the photo opportunities. May I now request all the participants to kindly turn on their cameras for this conference photo opportunity. I know it's been a long day, but let us flash our biggest smile, the smile of a researcher, a field researcher. We shall be taking group photos per section, so please wear your biggest smile as we capture this memorable moment together. May I ask the technical team? Are we taking pictures now?
Malaptan. Ang kabaltan ni camera. Gamin listener lang ting kabel.
Okay. Although we do not know on what particular slide we are in, just wear your sweetest smile, as fresh as the morning. Okay. 3, 2, 1, smile. Another, please. 3, 2, 1, smile. And thank you, everyone. Okay, as with the signal, okay na daw in Philippines. We can move on with our next part. Of course, excellence in research deserves recognition. At this time, we turn our attention to honoring the outstanding scholarly works and presentation that have exemplified quality innovation and academic excellence throughout today's conference. We come to one of the highlights of our conference, the recognition of exceptional scholarly work. So let us proceed with the presentation of awards honoring our remarkable researchers. So please be also informed that the most outstanding research was judged based on the submitted full paper and not on today's presentation alone, while the outstanding research, best presentation, and presenter were based, of course, on today's evaluation. Doc Rod, can we now proceed with our awarding? So let us start with our first track from the Educational Management and Development Studies. Yeah. Congratulations for our best presenter titled Motivation and Attitude Toward Research Among Teachers in Higher Education Institutions, Predictors of Their Research Writing Capabilities. We have Mr. and Mrs. Wishel C. Illumin and Aldwin Illumin. Congratulations, Mom and Sir.
Thank you very much.
Also, for our best in presentation, we have Mom Wishel and Sir Aldwin Illumin.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Let me share that these are my professors. For our outstanding research, we have for titled Contract Cheating, Diploma Mills, and the Policy Crisis in Philippine Higher Education, we have Mr. Mark Paul O. Altarejos. Sir, can you open your camera to be recognized?
Thank you very much po.
Congratulations, sir. Let us now move on to our science, technology, engineering, and mathematics track. For our best presenter, with the study, Disipay, a self-service kiosk payment system for automated student disciplinary fee management, development, and functional evaluation, our best presenter is Isabella Nicole O. Cortez. Can you please open your camera, ma'am, to be recognized? Okay. Congratulations, ma'am. Same for the best presentation. We have Miss Isabella Nicole O. Cortez. Congratulations once again. And for our outstanding research, with a research paper entitled Development and Performance Evaluation of a Solar-Powered AIoT-based Automated Pesticide Sprinkler, AutoPests, for Sustainable Smallholder Farming, we have Ma'am Hannah Marie L. Lazara and Angel Grace M. Rusha. Are you still here with us? Can you please open your camera to be recognized? Congratulations, ma'am. And for our most outstanding research, with a research paper entitled A Hybrid ALS-based Collaborative Filtering and Semantic Profile Framework for Personalized Movie Recommendation, we have Bitusha Balachandra. Congratulations. And for our business management and accounting track, our best presenter with a paper entitled Redefining Work and Building Organizational Agility Through Artificial Intelligence of Selected Financing and Lending Institution in Cabanatuan City, we have Ma'am Angel Marie D. Gonzalez.
Thank you so much po.
Congratulations, ma'am. Next, for our best presenter with a paper entitled The Untold Stories of Lending Institution, Financial Analyst in Focus, congratulations, Sir Elazar E. Ruhuso. Next. Okay. And we now move on to our next set of winners. And for our outstanding research, and okay, the same person, Ma'am Angel Marie D. Gonzalez, with her defining work and building organizational agility through artificial intelligence of selected financing and lending institution in Cabanatuan City. Congratulations once again, Ma'am Angel.
Thank you so much po.
Okay, for our best in presentation, okay, the same person with the title and the Untold Stories of Lending Institution Financial Analyst in Focus. Once again, we have Elazar E. Rehuso. And for our most outstanding research, with a research paper entitled Corporate Spirituality as a Driver of Corporate Sustainability, Insights from a Developing Economy, we have Heranya Desanayake, Harinda Desabandara, Rosan Award, and Wasanta Pereira. I hope I pronounced your names correct. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Mary. Actually, I'm really delighted to get this award. I thank for IIR and organizing team. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, ma'am. And for our humanities and social sciences, for our best presenters, with a paper cut out the middleman, reimagining the significance and role of organized labor in the South African public sector. Congratulations to our best presenter, Tando Rulashe. Congratulations. And for our best presenter, with a research paper entitled Impact of Implementing the MIS in Improving the Municipal Service Delivery in Bangladesh, we have Tanzil Ahmed. For our best presenter, with a paper entitled Comparative Study in Crop Production Using Diesel and Solar-Powered Pump Irrigation System, we have Jose Carlos C. Da Ilisan. And for our best presentation, with a paper entitled Cut Out the Middleman, again, reimagining the significance and role of organized labor in South African public sector, we have Tando Rulashe. Congratulations. And for our best presentation, same person with a research entitled Impact of Implementing the MIS in Improving the Municipal Service Delivery in Bangladesh, we have Tanzil Ahmed.
Thank you so much. I am very delighted to participate here. I really appreciate for the arranging authority, and I really strongly believe that the AIR RI will continue the conference proceeding in upcoming years. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, and congratulations once again.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And for our outstanding research, congratulations once again, Sir Tando Rulase. Also, an award for outstanding research, we have Tanzil Ahmed.
Thank you so much again. Thank you.
And for our most outstanding research, with a research title Effects of Land Tenure System, Changes on Agricultural Practices in the Western Highlands of Cameroon, we have William Shu Niba and Balga Roland Asibo.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to our winners. And as we bring the 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research 2026 to close, allow me on behalf of the entire IRIARI family to extend our deepest gratitude to all who have made this conference a meaningful, memorable success Our keynote speakers, our plenary presenters, researchers, evaluators, session chairs, institutional partners, collaborators, and delegates from around the world. This whole day explored the exciting intersection of artificial intelligence and research, a partnership that is transforming the way we gather information, analyze data, generate insights, and create new knowledge. We learned while AI offers powerful tools to enhance efficiency and innovation, the heart of research remains the same: curiosity, critical thinking, ethical responsibility, and the pursuit for truth. To our speaker, thank you once again for sharing your valuable insights. As you leave this session, may you carry with your new ideas, fresh perspectives, and renewed passion for research. While IARI is honored to serve as a platform for dissemination of research, it is you, the researchers, educators, scholars, and innovators who are the true heart of this gathering. In an era wherein information is abundant, your commitment to inquiry, evidence, and discovery distinguishes you as a contributor to the advancement of the knowledge and the betterment of society. Please know that IARI remains committed in its mission to support research, promote academic excellence, and foster international collaboration across discipline. We look forward for continuing this journey with you through future conferences, publications, research initiatives, and scholarly partnership. With that, we officially conclude the 7th International Conference on Multidisciplinary Industry and Academic Research 2026. Until we meet again in future IARI conferences, hope next time it will be a face-to-face and projects to keep exploring and discovering and making a difference through research. Let me end by saying that remember, artificial intelligence may be the tool, but researchers remain the driving force behind every discovery and innovation. This has been your host, Dr. Mary Jane S. Carandang, a proud IARI member from CSTC, College of Sciences, Technology, and Communications Incorporated in the Philippines. Have a good day, good night, and may we see you again on our next conferences. Thank you very much.